İnşallah. Yok, hemen ben sana şey vermem lazım. Beni gördün mü?
Bir saniye abi.
Görmüş olman lazım.
Bence şimdi bağlandı. Çünkü bir şey bağlanınca ekran böyle bir küçülüyor, bir şeyler oluyor ya.
Kapat.
Gördün mü? Geç geliyor. Hadi ama kısmına tabii şey yapsın. Ses geliyor sanırım ama ses salonun dışında bir denetim var. Bir değil mi?
Good morning. Apologies, everybody. We have over 300 guests at Zoom, so I want to make sure the audio is fine. And we have been having just a little bit of an issue, but we'll start soon. I'm just testing the mic. If my colleague can let me know if the voice is okay on Zoom and YouTube. Just testing it out. Good morning, everybody. Is the mic on? Is it okay? Okay. If we can close the conference music. First of all, apologies for the delayed start. And thank you so much for bearing with us. This message goes to our online audience. Well, we will also have one more speaker, and I'm pretty sure the room will fill up later on. As we know, this is one of the days that heads of states are delivering their remarks at United Nations, which is making the city a little more hectic, as if it's not enough. So we're just going to start. Excellencies, distinguished diplomats, guests, welcome to the SDGs conference in the margins of the United Nations General Assembly's 78th session. I'm Cemre Ülker, representative of Journalists and Writers Foundation to the UN Department of Global Communications. As we are convened today for the 8th annual SDGs conference, it is an utmost honor and pleasure to host you all. We are particularly thrilled this year with the great interest growing in attendance. Pretty sure that within a couple hours, we will be full house at John Jay College Criminal Justice. But I would like to note that today's event is hybrid. So we have over 300 guests at Zoom joining us live from 45 different countries across the globe. So our sessions, panel discussions will also be live streamed at Journalists and Writers Foundation's YouTube channel throughout the day. SDGs Conference 2030 will be hosting 21 notable speakers from 16 different member states, including ambassadors, UN high-level officers, courageous journalists, brave human rights experts, and transformative civil society leaders. So let's start the day with an introduction video to see the topics and agenda of the SDGs conference this year.
SDGs Conference 2023, Transforming Our World, September 20th, 2023. In the margins of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, the Journalists and Writers Foundation and its global partners from 27 countries welcome you all to the 8th Annual SDGs Conference 2023, Transforming Our World, which aims to contribute to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The SDGs Conference is JWF's flagship event that creates a platform for diverse stakeholders to discuss the Global Agenda 2030, offering innovative solutions, strategies, and policy recommendations to advance the culture of peace, human rights, and sustainable development. With the themes of Transforming Our World, our distinguished high-level speakers, panelists, and UN ambassadors will discuss, analyze, and evaluate the progress made in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. As the world leaders are convening at the United Nations headquarters, the SDGs conference will address the need to build a new momentum to increase progress and renew political commitments, while sharing challenges faced in the implementation of the SDGs. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says now is the time to re-embrace global solidarity, find ways to work together for the common good, and renew the social contract between governments and their people within societies. The SDGs Conference 2023 focuses on three major areas. 1, building a new momentum towards the 2030 deadline for the SDGs. 2, press freedom as an instrument to defend human rights for all. And 3, widening gap between the erosion of democracy and the rise of autocracy. At the end of the SDGs conference, the JWF and its global partners will propose a framework for action for the next 7 years to improve local and national policies and practices based on the assessment of the progress made towards the achievement of the SDGs. We believe that providing innovative solutions, developing effective strategies, and offering policy recommendations will advance sustainable peace and development worldwide. The Journalists and Writers Foundation and its global partners remain committed to transforming our world through partnerships for the goals.
So UNGA is surely the busiest and most high-level critical engagement of the United Nations calendar, facilitating various levels of multilateral diplomacy. But however, the 78th session of the UNGA carries a particular importance to mark the beginning of a new phase of accelerated progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, with a call for an urgent transformative actions leading up to the 2030 deadline. And halfway through, the world is not on track to achieve the SDGs. And to boost the inclusive and gender-sensitive development processes, as UN Secretary General calls, all stakeholders need to rethink, refocus, and recharge. As of today, given the fact that only about 15% of the SDGs are achieved, in addition to many targets which are in fact regressed compared to their origin back in 2015, we need a new UN 2.0, a vision of a modernized intergovernmental system, including a forward-thinking culture that enable development stakeholders to better contribute to the quest for the SDGs. And this year, the teams of the UN Commission on the Status of Women, the ECOSOC Youth Forum, High-Level Political Forum, SDG Summits, Secretary General's call for a rescue plan for the planet and people, in fact, paved the way for the UNGA78, questioning how to boost this transformative shift into commitment, solidarity, financing, and action to put the global goals on a better path. And we will soon turn to our experts panelists as they will address three main working areas today: contemporary development trends, complexities, the challenges of sustainable peace, intersectionality between press freedom and expression, human rights, and lastly, erosion of democracies. Before we move on with the keynotes of our opening session, I would like to invite Mehmet Kılıç, the president of the Journalist Emeritus Foundation, to deliver his remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, dignitaries from the United Nations and the protocol, I welcome you all to the JWF 8th Annual SDGs Conference organized by the Journalists and Writers Foundation in collaboration with 52 NGOs from 27 countries. It is a distinct honor to stand before you today as we gather once again to address the pressing issues that shape our world. As we convene here today, the 78th session of the UN General Assembly is underway, bringing leaders and representatives from 193 member states to New York. This annual gathering, while marked by diplomacy and political posturing, also highlights the numerous global challenges that demand our collective leadership and action. Today, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. The world faces a multitude of interconnected challenges, from extreme poverty and climate change to the rapid advancements of artificial intelligence and the urgency to foster peace among great power tensions and destructive conflicts. Our global youth population seeks opportunities, skills, and hope. In this context, it is essential for us to remain engaged and committed to the values and goals that unite us as global community. In the times of unprecedented challenges, our message is one, and that is unity and global partnerships. The past years have shown us that when the world comes together, we can overcome even the most daunting challenges and obstacles. It has also given us a reminder that no one can achieve anything alone. We must stand united as one world, leveraging the power of collaboration, diversity, and inclusion. This year's conference is especially significant as we mark the halfway to the deadline set for achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. While we celebrate the achievements made so far, it is essential to acknowledge the challenges we face. Recent reports indicate that, as my colleague underlined, only 15% of the SDG targets are on track to be reached by 2030. And over 500 million people may still live in extreme poverty. To succeed, we must demonstrate renewed political will backed by concrete actions and financial resources and global partnerships. As we gather here, we are also proud to announce the continuation of the Pioneers in SDGs Awards as one of the most prestigious and impactful flagship initiatives of the JWF. These awards recognize remarkable organizations and individuals whose innovative projects contribute to the attainment of the SDGs. Over the years, we witnessed impactful projects from 52 countries, each marking a different impact on their local communities. These unwavering commitment and dedication of these pioneers have been instrumental in creating a better world for all. This year, the Pioneers in SDGs Awards ceremony will take place next week, Wednesday, on September 27th, 2023, immediately following the SDGs conference. Our international jury, guided by the criteria of innovation, stakeholders, scope, and impact, will once again identify and commend the outstanding projects. It is through their efforts that we find inspiration and motivation to continue our pursuit of the SDGs. Additionally, we are also delighted to share with you that this year we have introduced a new category under the awards, that is the People's Choice SDGs Awards. This category recognizes outstanding individuals and organizations that have contributed to the advancing of sustainable peace and development. It is a testament to the power of collective support and engagement as we invite the global community to participate in celebrating these visionaries and change makers. Further, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed leadership of John Jay College of Criminal Justice for their gracious hosting of the SDGs Conference 2023 and over the past years. I also would like to express our deep gratitude to our esteemed global partners for their unwavering support. The SDGs Conference has been a beacon of progress for the last 7 years, and it wouldn't be possible without their steadfast commitment. Allow me to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our global partners today. Please give a round of applause to all these global partners. In closing, I would like to reiterate the dedication of the Journalists and Writers Foundation, together with our global partners, to remain committed to the SDGs and the broader pursuit of global peace and prosperity. As we embark on this 8th annual SDGs conference, let us remember that our collective efforts have the potential to reshape our world for the better. By working together, we can turn the challenges we face into opportunities for a brighter future. Thank you very much for joining us today. I look forward to the enlightening discussions and collaborations that will unfold over the course of this conference. Together, we can make a lasting impact on our global journey towards achieving the sustainable development goals. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mehmet. Our first keynote today is the permanent representative of Maldives to the UN, Her Excellency Ambassador Tilmiza Hussein, joining us online. Before her current post, Ambassador Hussein was a key member of the Foreign Relations Committee, where she maintained close relations with the government of the United States and other agencies to garner support for the restoration of democracy in her country. She has been also a champion of climate change and sustainable development agenda. She was the lead negotiator of the Maldives at the UN Conference on Sustainable Development and co-chaired the Sustainable Working Group for the 48 members of Alliance of Small Island States.
Excellencies and friends, I'm deeply honored to stand before you at the 8th Annual SDGs Conference. I express my heartfelt gratitude to the Journalists Writers Foundation for allowing me the opportunity to address this dynamic assembly. As we embark on the last decade to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda, it is important to acknowledge the contribution of freedom of expression, press freedom, and access to information for the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. Journalists, your role in advancing the 2030 Agenda is crucial. You wield the power of the pen and the lens, standing on the front lines of truth, justice, and accountability. You the voices of the marginalized and oppressed. You serve as the watchdogs of society and have the power to hold governments and businesses and organizations accountable. The role of journalists in bridging the gap between information and action is indispensable in building a more sustainable and equitable world. Excellencies, friends, let us take a moment to reflect on the state of affairs unfolding around us. The poison of conflict and warfare continues to infect our world. Poverty, hunger, discrimination, and inequality continue to haunt us. With Hurricane Lee wreaking havoc in various regions, wildfires in Hawaii claiming more than 100 lives, and uncertain high tide patterns affecting low-lying islands like the Maldives, planet Earth is sounding the alarm of climate disaster, climate emergency. We are facing greater risks than ever before, and we need bigger players to do their part. Climate journalism plays a vital role in driving this change. Climate journalists have been diligently uncovering the disparities between commitments and actual actions. Your reporting empowers the public, fostering their ability to call for transparency, accountability, and substantive climate efforts from their leaders. Excellencies, friends, I wish I could be there in person today, but I'm currently in the Maldives preparing for the upcoming second round of presidential election in just 10 days. Despite being a relatively young democracy, the Maldives has embraced democratic values, including the promotion of press freedom. The current government has made significant progress in preserving democracy, upholding the rule of law, and ensuring freedom for journalists. Since taking office, President Saleh has been committed to advancing press freedom. Despite historically low ranking for media freedom in Asia, the Maldives rose by 48 positions in the World Press Freedom Index in 2021. That was just within 3 years of taking office. We are committed to continuing our progress. As we gather here today, we must also acknowledge the progress towards SDGs has been uneven, and in some areas, disappointingly slow. We must build new momentum towards SDGs, and this can be achieved through meaningful partnerships. Our partnerships must be inclusive, involving not only governments, but also civil society, academia, youth, and private sector. As the co-chair of the Preparatory Committee of the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States, set forth for the upcoming year, Maldives is committed to forging these partnerships while formulating the next 10-year program of action for cities. We believe diverse perspectives and expertise are essential for innovative solutions. Excellencies and friends, let us reaffirm our commitment to these goals. Let us foster partnerships that ignite a new momentum, and let us leave a legacy of hope and progress for future generations. I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you.
We have our next keynote in the room with us, Ambassador Dr. Carlos Garcia, Secretary General of the United Nations Association of El Salvador. Prior to his current position, Ambassador Garcia was the permanent representative of El Salvador to the UN and served at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the Director of Multilateral Affairs, and he was the Chief of the Caribbean Affairs. The floor is yours.
Thank you and good morning to everyone. Excellencies, dear friends. I would like to start just quickly thanking our dear guests this morning for the opportunity to address you quickly on this issue. The main topic that I would like to talk on this regard is how to build a new momentum towards the 2030 deadline for the SDGs. At the beginning or at the outset, allow me to acknowledge the long-term impact of COVID-19 at social, economic, and political areas that poses important challenges for many countries around the world and contributed negatively to the deteriorations of several indicators in healthcare system or healthcare programs, particularly in developing countries. You may know, or you may be asking why this is connected to the SDG. Well, let me tell you that this negative impact goes directly and affect negatively the SDG 3, which is the good health and well-being. Therefore, the negative impact of this pandemic continue to pose an important challenges for many countries around the world. And therefore, you may find out one clue to understand the lack of commitment in that area. But more than that, there's no doubt about it that this negative impact of the COVID has also impact other diseases such as the malaria and including increased epidemic risk and challenges for epidemic control. This is one important fact that we need to consider when we address this issue. But more than that, and nevertheless, new challenges are arising from unexpected factors that has been consolidated in the last 5 years, in my view, namely a global trend of contraction of the globalization as a phenomenon and the emerging forces around regionalism. And this is creating a real impact from a geopolitical strategy and point of view that needed to be considered as part of the new challenges in the implementation of SDGs. And as well, you may be asking why the geopolitics has an impact on the SDGs. It is clear that it's fully connected with the number one, SDG78, dealing with the global partnership that goes beyond only public-private partnership, but also in the interstate or intergovernmental relationship that, of course, has created new challenges and issues that need to be considered when we address the issue of SDGs. The reality on the ground shows us that the international community is moving back for a strong regionalism under the leadership on three main pillars or three main legs, namely the United States of America, Russia, and China. Therefore, or consequently, a significant number of setbacks can be explained by a change on the priorities at national or at the national interest in countries like in Africa, Latin American, and Southeast Asian countries. This is a very important topic that I will invite you to consider, since moving back from a global or a globalism phenomenon and going back to a regionalism implies not only a change in the mind of political leaders in country, but also affects national priorities. Therefore, and this is one of the observations that I like to leave for you to consider in this debate, is that even though we're moving back to a regionalism, there will be an opportunity for SDG agenda to have or to be in track for the implementation or full implementation by 2030, but need to be fully aligned with national priorities. Otherwise, it's going to be a waste of our time from a global perspective speaking, of course. Yesterday, in the context of the general debate of the UNGA78, the president of El Salvador, His Excellency, Mr. Nayib Bukele, presented the successful case of El Salvador. I invite you to Google the statement of President Nayib Bukele, so you may have a full understanding on what I'm going to say right now about, which is precisely, I will say, the key to understand the main point that we're addressing here, which is a strengthen institutions and political commitment for the timely achievement of the SDGs. And the story goes this way. El Salvador was at the top #1 of the countries who was considered the most dangerous for high level of criminality and also for, of course, assassinations, murders, extortions, and several other crimes. In the context of 4 years after a changing in the paradigm of understanding a very fundamental topic within the United Nations, which is human rights, El Salvador currently has become the safest countries in the whole American continent. Now, how can you explain this shift coming from the dangerous country in the hemisphere to the safest one? And this, of course, is fully connected to the SDG as well, SDG 16, dealing with justice and peace, because it's fully connected with our national interests and priorities. That's the reason why El Salvador, covering this particular aspect of their national interests, simultaneously is able to connect with the SDG 16 and at large with the SDGs as a whole. Now, having said that, what we are proposing for consideration as a new factor to be included in the measure that can be taken by different other governments in order to create this momentum towards 2030 will be to create a harmonic combination of national interests together with the SDGs. If any country is not able to connect the SDG agenda with their own national interest, there will be a waste of time, waste of money, because not even political interest from the government, but also, and this is the most important, and that's the reason why I'm happy to tell you this audience, even with the civil society. It is supposed the role played by civil society in any country is to contribute to improve conditions or living condition of the particular society. But if we are following the SDGs as it was written in a stone, like 10 commands, we're going nowhere. It has to be fully connected with the national interest. And of course, every country has its own particularities. We cannot expect countries to just simply commit to the 17 goals if we are seen as a 10 commandment. It needs to be seen as a roadmap. And if we see the SDG as a roadmap, then we have a chance to expand and to flow with the national interest and therefore be in a better position for not only implementing, but also to fulfilling other areas of interest, such as financing for development, but also on the political participation of national institutions, civil society, and private sector. Because at the very end, nobody is going to invest in any country that is still suffering from criminality, in the case of El Salvador. But also, if your country is in a different position and different level, nobody's going to do their best contribution if they feel they are just simply following an agenda that has been created outside their own interests. And this is a key point that, in my view, needs to be considered. And finally, of course, with this idea of aligning national objectives with the SDGs and the role of financing for development, it's give me back to the idea that I mentioned in terms of how geopolitical approach is creating an interface or creating an impact on the implementation of SDGs, because all issue of financing is connected to how a country is perceiving this area of interest, which country or in which legs your country is located, under the umbrella of the United States, under the umbrella of Russia, under the umbrella of China. Can we create a common agenda for all of us? Perhaps, but not, in my view, in the way in which the SDGs were negotiated. It was a different political context. And we can see this, unfortunately, as in a similar case when the UN addressed many years ago how to change or revitalize the United Nations, in particular, Security Council. We know that it has been an impossible task. I always say as a joke that the only way in which Security Council is going to be changed is when their World War is over. Now, the problem will be who's going to be alive to form a new United Nations organization. But then we need to see that as part of an important understanding of how international community works and how the UN can contribute to development of a common agenda, but need to be, again, in full connection with the national interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Before I leave the platform for the round of experts from Romania, India, New Zealand, Australia, Switzerland, and our distinguished UN diplomats, let's watch the introduction video of panel session 1.
SDGs Conference 2023, Transforming Our World, September 20th, 2023. The SDGs Conference 2023 focuses on 3 major areas. Panel 1 aims to raise awareness in building a new momentum towards the 2030 deadline for the SDGs, considering the social, economic, and political commitments by governments by 2030. The Sustainable Development Goals are a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and improve the lives of people worldwide. To date, progress is being made in many countries, but only 15% of the SDGs are on track. Panelists will share possible responses to accelerate the timely and gender-sensitive implementation of the goals and deliver the SDGs by 2030. Therefore, Panel 1 will address the following themes: progress of the SDGs halfway through the 2030 deadline and emerging challenges, strengthening institutions and political commitment to achieve the SDGs, partnerships for the goals to break through a sustainable, peaceful future, the new agenda for peace, a pact for a transitioning era of geopolitical complexities. At the end of the SDGs conference, the JWF and its global partners will propose a framework for action for the next 7 years. Recommendations will advance sustainable peace and development worldwide. The Journalists and Writers Foundation and its global partners remain committed to transforming our world through partnerships for the goals.
Moving on, I have a quick reminder, as we will be active throughout the day at Journalists and Writers Foundation's Twitter account. So please join us online, as we will be sharing insightful remarks of our panelists and would love to disseminate your inputs too. So we will be live at JW Foundation _JW Foundation _. So the panel session 1 will be moderated by Associate Professor Sylvia Osman at the National University of Political Studies and Public Administration, Department of Sociology in Romania. Author of more than 20 books, Sylvia Osman has also published many articles on literature, discourse and multicultural dialogue, paradigm shift in education, and mindsight within the framework of multimodal approaches to communication. Sylvia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jembre. What a pleasure to be here today among so many bright specialists, defenders of human rights, lawyers, activists who dedicated their lives to such noble purposes. It is a pleasure to be here and hear what everybody has to say. We are a community, a global community. And the feeling I have is that it is probably enough to build a momentum. It is said that it takes a whole village to raise a child. So to raise an agenda and have it done by 2030, it would take a global community, a global village. We started yesterday with a roundtable talking about values, about human values, timeless, frameless human values would take us closer to human rights and to have more strength in not only creatively rethinking frames, but also think about the benefit of others. Thank you everyone for your life of service in implementing the goals. As I was thinking about a framework in which to include the wonderful speakers I have on panel 1 today, I started with wondering, what is a momentum? What do we need to build? Because the SDG goals are very clear-cut forward, everybody understands them. And of course, they should be like a roadmap, Mr. Ambassador. But what is a momentum? And I researched the dictionary and listened to what it has to say. Actually, a momentum is a property of a moving body that determines the length of the time required to bring it to rest under the action of a constant force. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, your actions are the constant force that applied can bring about the momentum. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we won't rest until all those things that we all are fighting for, being human rights or human values to service to our global world, would be in place. And yes, we are the moving body that make the momentum happen. And I am sure that you will agree with me to just roll up our sleeves and contribute to it, to building it. Yesterday, a very nice lady panelist at my table today told me that love is a verb, when I was insisting that it is a deep human value essential to all our acts. So yes, if loving is a verb and love is a verb, then building means using the bricks of our own imagination, the building blocks of the momentum we need to bring about. And yes, let's roll up our sleeves and put our values to work while we build a community, a global community of action, and establish a roadmap. I'm very happy to be here and to introduce to you my first speaker today, His Excellency Mr. Stanley Smith, Ambassador, Permanent Mission of Bahamas to the United Nations, who has, before his latest appointment, has served as personal assistant to Prime Minister Barry Gladstone Christie from 2018 to 2021. He was also ambassador at large between 2015 and 2017, head of legal division in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as a contributor to its United Nations team on human rights. During that time, he also provided general foreign policy development support. Before his diplomatic career, Ambassador Smith practiced law in Barbados between 2005 and 2015. Earning a bachelor degree from St. Mary's University in Canada, he is also a graduate of the University in the West Indies Law School. What a pleasure to have here next to me, Mr. Ambassador, His Excellency, Mr. Stan O. Smith. Please, you can have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, and members of the Journalists and Writers Foundation with the John Jay College of Criminal Justice. I mark this a privilege and an honor, and thank the organizers for this opportunity to participate in this discussion on building a new momentum towards the 2030 deadline for the SDGs. Under the general theme, transforming our world. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the integral role that journalists and writers play in shaping public opinion and informing the world in an increasingly physically dangerous environment against journalists and writers. And I express my thanks for your commitment to covering the challenges and opportunities faced in seeking to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In January of this year, Foreign Policy published an article by Adam Tooze about the development profile of the Bahamas. The point of the article was that the climate crisis has eliminated the resilience in the Bahamas' economic model, tourism, financial services, and the second home market. And we need innovations that can sustain socioeconomic health against the volatility of the climate change landscape. The annual cost of natural disasters to SIDS is $1 trillion. This is a perennial SIDS challenge against achieving the SDGs. Now, do we attempt to activate the politically unused regulations and policy reliefs of the international financial institutions? Do we continue to universalize the policies and individualize the innovations dynamics? Or should we universalize the innovations dynamics and individualize the policies? Do we address the SDGs goal by goal? Or do we invest in moonshot initiatives that create network effects, more readily activating otherwise untapped capacities useful to and meeting the target of immediate community needs? The development community must address these philosophical mechanics about how to arrive at sustainable, resilient prosperity that eliminates genies and bottles from the search for and the discovery of sustainable innovations. The question we ask 7 years since the adoption of the SDGs tells us this: our politics, our finance experts, and our country interests are not connected to one another on common global challenges. Not connected by language, professional language that is, not connected by experience, not connected by vision. Small island developing states are consumed by managing governance and lack implementation capacity. International financial institutions have nothing to lose that would incentivize commitment to reform, and multilateral agencies lack scale. The Bahamas has made a pivot from this vacuum, but the reality is this: 1% of CARICOM state budgets are invested in science and technology. The global north produces 60% of scientific literature, and 10 countries, not including the Bahamas, have absorbed 65% of World Bank loans. The government is now investing in understanding the science and technology needed to benefit from the untapped ocean value in the archipelago. The government has recently created a carbon market registry and will next offer a $500 million bond against seagas sequestration capacity in the country's 100,000 square miles of blue economy potential. Now, not long ago, I was waiting in a line for a diplomat of more than 4 decades of accomplishment to sign my copy of his book. He asked one of my CARICOM colleagues, who was at the front of the book signing line, how does such a small country win a Nobel Prize? In that moment, I realized that a country with a $500 billion GDP only wanted a Nobel Prize and hasn't gotten one. And the country, small as it was, with a Nobel Prize, cannot get a $500 billion GDP. We have each been winning alone, and we have each been structurally failing alone in the deficiencies of our resilience models. In one instance, I became aware of a small state that received development assistance on 40 projects. I recall the professional admiring the young geniuses whom he said worked in his office. He said they were all geniuses, but he said, Stan, every single project of the 40 we got funding for have failed. Simply don't have the capacity to deliver the projects. Here's an essential question a SIDS expert asked a donor country partner. This happened in a room like this, in in a formal setting with a microphone. Are SIDS states equipped for partnership engagement? And the reply by the professional was, country assistance is likely needed at earlier phases of initiatives. And this was beautifully diplomatic to say that too often the proposals for the initiatives come to us under-conceptualized, and they will fail. Multilateralism has overemphasized bilateral solutions built on funding ourselves out of challenges. But we should be mindful that financing goals should not consume development ambitions into a solitary track. Funding is not the end of the development initiative. It is preparation for at least 7 critical processes after first effectively, thoroughly conceptualizing the initiative. And how we sustain viable need is in fact a task beyond project management, and we will develop that. We have unfortunately under-conceptualized the network benefits of framework thinking for the maximization of delivery outcomes. The proposition here for me is that we should create a sustainability resilience framework. I would like to show a diagram of a rudimentary outline of such a framework, if it is available. Not very great if you are the legal either. I would like to disseminate this for consideration by the audience. At the crux of this diagram is this. In all of the discussions I've had on this subject, the question was, how do you integrate the private sector and financing into the UN framework? We're all motivated by profit, and profit is very important. And I would like to recommend that there is a way to get this done by adding finance experts with the right regulations and policies that will guide the modalities for how they support conceptualizing, executing, monitoring, and delivering the outcomes. This is a development that I would like to elaborate on in question and answer period if we have the opportunity. My submission is that we should physically integrate the private sector into the UN. The framework has to be enabling to deal with the acceleration of negative development disruptions and the need of states to recover quickly and cost effectively. This framework I'm proposing should give partnerships the implementation capacity for dealing with managing the conceptualization process, executing the initiative, monitoring the phases of the processes, and managing the delivery outcomes. This framework should also widen our capability to realize the innovation creation dynamics in individual and across initiatives. And I would stop here to say that the foreign policy article, the challenge was, what can small states do to actually genuinely indigenously innovate to create resilience in your economic models? And my submission is that it is not to be done bilaterally or by the ingenuity of one state, but by a framework of multilateralism that has cooperation, use the resources of many states and the ideas of many states to find the innovations and the solutions for resilience of individual states. It is also that this diagram should help us to, framework should help us to realize the thematics that are essential in the viable initiatives and essential for delivery outcomes, and to realize otherwise unexplored partnerships and investment pipelines. And later, if I have the opportunity, I will tell you and elaborate on the fact that inside the United Nations, in that multilateralism, in this powerful convening space, everything we do is bilateral. And we are yet to find, until now, I think, a formula that would actually integrate states, no matter the capacity they have or the skill they have, but based on the common purpose of a systems-based thinking. Now, I've adopted these categories thematics, innovation, creation dynamics. I've adopted these from a colleague, the president of the Caribbean Development Bank, who has used these in our discussions on the issue of how we create resilience in our economies. But the genesis of this framework for me came in the fusion of two assignments I undertook over the course of this year. One in chairing a meeting and dealing with the transformation of moving beyond GDP, and another involving a discussion amongst colleagues on the fragility, the vulnerability of our states, dealing with the cycles of governance and how those changes don't allow us to focus on sustained development. I think small states like the Bahamas can get ahead of the innovation challenge posed in the foreign policy piece with the benefit of policy tools like the Bridgetown Initiative, which addresses debt challenges by small states, and the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, which deals with access to credit. These things being applied to a resilience framework as I have sketched it here. And I would welcome the opportunity to elaborate on it if we have a chance for question and discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Stan. I was thinking during your speech, I thought maybe next year's conference should have workshops and we could elaborate original ideas and have not only a question and answer session in the aftermath of the contribution, but also the opportunity of spending a couple of hours detailing, answering, and analyzing multilaterally, if I might say, these valuable insights. Thank you very much again. I would like to have a copy of that framework it was very interesting. Our next panelist is Mr. George Abulazov, if I had pronounced it correctly. Thank you very much. Or Abu Al-Zulov. Exactly. I concentrated, therefore my pronunciation skills are better. So, Senior Human Rights Advisor by the United Nations Development Coordination Office in the United States, with a contribution called The Latest Progress of the Sustainable Development Goals halfway through the 2030 deadline. George Abulazulov is a human rights defender with around 30 years of field-focused experience in a variety of human rights areas, including conflict, developmental, and post-conflict situations. Before joining the UN DCO as its Chief of Universal Values Section, Mr. Abulazulov served as the Senior Human Rights Advisor to the United Nations Resident Coordinator Office and the United Nations Country Team in Jamaica, MCO since 2018, and the representative of the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights in Yemen from 2013 to 2016. In 2016, he was appointed as the director of the Qatar-based UN Human Rights Training and Documentation Center for Southwest Asia and the Arab region. Mr. Abulazulov worked with UNICEF MENA for 5 years as a Justice for Children specialist and as the General Director of Defense for Children International, the Palestine section for 10 years. He holds a master's degree in children's rights from University of Freiburg and Institute of Children's Rights in Sion, Switzerland, and a BA degree in social work and psychology from Bethlehem, Palestine. If I might say, ahla wa sahla fik tarafna. So welcome, and please, you have the floor. If you would like to please take the other microphone so it is, closer to you, so you don't move, keep it for the panelists. This will allow me to introduce everybody. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm so happy to be with you today, and really on behalf of the UN Development Coordination Office, I would like to thank the Journalists and Writers Foundation for their kind invitation and organizing this really very important SDG conference in the margins of the UN General Assembly 78. I would like also to welcome your global partners and delegations, journalists, human rights defenders, civil society organizations, academics, who are coming from, as you said, around 15 countries. This is really reflects the interest and commitment by civil society towards the SDGs. Also, adding to this, our virtual participants who are joining from many countries around the globe. So greetings to you all from the UN Development Coordination Office. As majority of you might know, the DCO, UN Development Coordination Office, oversees the whole UN development system with around 132 United Nations country teams in the field and 5 regional offices. This happened after the UN development system reform. As you all know, in 2015, the world leaders made a historic global promise to secure the human rights and well-being of everyone on a healthy, prosperous planet when they agreed on the 2030 agenda. This promise, which we call the agenda, is now, it's halfway to its 2030 deadline, is now in deep danger. Instead of progressing towards the 2030 goals, development progress is now reversing under the combined impacts of climate disasters, conflicts, economic downturn, and remaining COVID-19 effects, as many of you mentioned in your introductory remarks. Tens of millions have fallen into poverty. Over 110 million people are forcibly displaced. Inequalities have worsened, strikingly also for women and girls. More people are being denied healthcare and education. The climate crisis is causing destruction on lives and livelihoods. This collective failure, and I am not creating this is as my new definition, it's also mentioned by the UN Secretary General in his SDG report. This collective failure will impact every country and all of us. But of course, the burden falls most heavily on developing countries and the world's poorest and most vulnerable people. Thus, we have to take an urgent action now. And the SDG Summit is a vital opportunity to take action and break through to a better world. The SDG Summit is also a moment to recommit to a vision of the future that ensures no one is left behind and fulfillment of human rights for all without any kind of discrimination. To be able to face these challenges, fundamental shifts in commitment, solidarity, financing, and action must put us back on track to end poverty and inequalities, realize just societies, and reset a balanced relationship with our natural world. The world leaders who are gathering in New York these days must choose to fulfill the promise or the promises they have made and to respect their obligations and commitments they made since 2015. And we have to say that there is no place to failure. As I was asked in this panel to try to summarize, because actually it's not easy to summarize the key issues and the key challenges, but I'll try my best. And what are some of the proposed recommendations? And this is all stipulated clearly in the Sustainable Development Goals Report 2023, which stipulates that the SDGs are imperative. The world has entered an age of polycrisis, and hard-earned SDG progress is threatened by the climate crisis, conflict, gloomy economic outlook, and lingering COVID-19 effects. It sounds the alarm and urgently calls for redoubled efforts to get the goals back on track. Sounding the alarm, the world faces big messes across the goals by 2030 in the absence of significant acceleration. And here, several of you in your introductory remarks mentioned that in the preliminary assessment of the 140 targets for which data is available, they're still facing challenge on data issues, but shows that 12% are on track out of the 140. More than half, although showing some progress, are moderately or severely off track. And some 30% have either seen no movement or regressed below the 2015 baseline. The number of people living in extreme poverty rose for the first time in a generation with the onset of COVID-19. For the first time in 3 decades, progress in key areas such as childhood vaccination and income inequality between countries has reversed. It presents trends persist by 2030. A staggering 575 million people will remain trapped in extreme poverty, and 84 million children will be out of school. It will take almost or nearly 300 years to close the gender gaps in legal protection and eliminate discriminatory laws and in child marriage. We are at war with ourselves and the nature. The climate crisis is worsening as greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise. Global temperature is likely to reach the critical 1.5 degrees, tipping point above the pre-industrial level by 2035. Heat waves, droughts, flooding, and wildfires have become far too frequent. Rising sea levels are already threatening hundreds of millions of people in the coastal communities. Developing countries and the world's poorest are the most vulnerable and bearing the brunt. The report also shows that while the lack of SDG progress is universal, it is often the world's poorest and most vulnerable people who are bearing the brunt of the consequences of this. Developing countries are also disproportionately affected, all while their voices is not fairly represented in the global governance architecture. And some of you talked also about the reform of the UN system and the Security Council, etc. And in international financial institutions as well. And this must change now. And there's no time or there's no opportunity for the leisure of time. We must make the next 7 years count. Achieving this SDGs depends on it. We can still turn things around. Since 2015, there has been some improvements in key areas, including poverty reduction, child mortality, electricity access, and the battle against certain diseases. We must say that if strong political will is matched with technologies and resources and knowledge which is now available, we can enable a breakthrough for a better future. The report inspires hope by showcasing the progress the world has made and the potential for further advancements. We must enact a rescue plan for people and the planet. We must be ambitious to match the scope of challenges ahead. We must make a fundamental shifts in commitments, solidarity, financing, and actions are needed to put us back on track. The political declaration adopted by the high-level political forum on sustainable development, which I think it was 2 days ago, ensures a common understanding among member states to advance the transformative actions leading up to the SDG targets by 2030. The political declaration represents the beginning of a new phase, so we cannot consider it alone is enough, but it is a beginning of a new phase of accelerated implementation of the 2030 agenda, which will need, of course, to be complemented by continuous high-level political guidance and national and local actions. This is an opportunity for all of us, citizens, journalists, civil society organizations, the private sector, to advocate for the urgency, ambition, and action to realize the goals. The 2030 agenda remains the clearest blueprint of humanity's highest aspirations. The SDGs are a blueprint for a more resilient, peaceful, and inclusive future. When historians write about the 21st century, they will judge the leaders and policymakers by whether they have succeeded in transforming this blueprint into reality. It is now up to all of us to ensure that the global goals are achieved in full and on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution, George Abwal-Zulov. It is saddening statistics. I'm an optimistic person and usually positive and with an uplifting manner, but I have to say your statistics put a cloud on my bridge any day to day. Hopefully all the people who have power and vision and the ability to change things will do so in shifting towards a more proactive approach to the SDGs. There are not only goals on a piece of paper people talk about, you know, when we walk the walk and talk the talk is an amazing combination. And we will not be judged only by history. We are judged now by the others. And if I have 2 minutes to share with you a story that came to my mind while George was speaking, I was talking about the SDG agenda and the things in many ways in which humanity has failed its purpose with my cousin. He's a commander in the Navy, recently retired. And what he said to me was mind-puzzling. He said, and you, all the smart people that talk about these smart things, what have you done to hinder them while I was serving my country on the sea? So that gave me sleepless nights. And of course, I had some nice things to say to him, but those nice things I said to him were not comforting me. So history is closer than we think. I'm sure that people like the following contributor to the panel, a person, a highly respected humanitarian and human rights advocate with experience in project design and delivery campaigning and fundraising, will for sure do her share and bring her contribution to put some landmarks on the roadmap Mr. Garcia was talking about. So Patricia Garcia, AO Partnership Development Manager, Institute for Economics and Peace, comes from Australia. She spent and had worked for more than 20 years in some of the world's most dangerous conflict areas, including Afghanistan, Bosnia, Kosovo, Rwanda, Sudan, South Sudan, and the Thai-Burma border. She was appointed an officer of the Order of Australia in 2016 and was a finalist in the 2016 and SW Australian of the Year awards for her contribution and services to the international humanitarian aid and development sector over the past 2 decades. Patricia Garcia was a human rights research fellow at the University of Sydney Centre for Peace and Conflict Studies from 2000 up to 2002, and designed the human rights course for the Masters of Peace and Conflict Studies at CPACS. Ms. Garcia is also a honorary associate at the University of Sydney, where she's a sessional lecturer in peace and human rights with a passion to promote and advance the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals agenda. She's also an amazing woman who I had the chance to talk to yesterday. And I can assure you that the formal presentation doesn't even come close to who Patricia Garcia is. So please, Patricia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. Yes, can you hear me now? Yes. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you today. And I'd like to thank the Journalists and Writers Foundation for the opportunity to present here at this panel on the SDG Summit.
Keep the microphone closer, maybe holding it would be better.
Okay. That's okay. Thank you. Yes, so just like to say that tomorrow is the International Day of Peace. And just to reflect on this important day tomorrow, we heard at the initial reception on Monday, a youth delegate, Oscar, asking all of us in the audience to not only talk, but to also take action. And because tomorrow is the International Day of Peace, and our presentation on today is very much going to be about peace, I'd like to call on all of you to take some action. Let's be part of the solution to this SDGs agenda, and to commit to a personal action and a collective action that can contribute to advancing the SDGs 2030 agenda. So I call on all of you to think about that for today and tomorrow as the International Day of Peace, as we mark International Day of Peace. And also to take the lead from our youth colleague, Oscar. Time is running out. Those of you who have been following the SDGs agenda, it was in 2015, 7 years ago, that all 193 countries formally adopted this is the SDGs, 17 SDGs with 169 targets to transform our world for a better future. And as our previous speakers have said, the SDGs has presented us with a roadmap of the 17 goals, with the signposts being these 169 targets. Having been a passionate advocate of the Sustainable Development Goals, we've seen that over these last 7 years, we have not performed well. In fact, many countries have actually, in many ways, deteriorated. And so there's a sense of urgency for us, with time running out, with only now at the midpoint of 7 years, that we have to accelerate our efforts. And I think it's really important now that we look at how we can be able to find innovative ways and ways to collaborate to be able to address the enormous global challenges that we are facing today. I don't think with the time that I have, I want to focus so much on all these global challenges that we're all aware of, whether it's the climate crisis, whether it's the economic inequality, the growing societal polarization, and also the geopolitical tensions and conflicts that we are all facing. We need to look at the SDGs as not only a roadmap, but also a vision for hope for a world that we can build a peaceful, equal, and sustainable future for all. The SDGs for me represents 5 Ps. It's about people first, the planet, peace, prosperity, and partnership. And with those 5, it's so important to understand that these are universal goals. They belong to all of us. And because of that, it is a shared responsibility that we must take to be able to advance these goals and to be able to achieve all 17 goals. The nature of these goals when they were first developed was based on consultations around the world. And the key, I think, importance about these goals is that they provide a common language for all of us to be able to address these global challenges in a way that we have a common language to express how we can find the solutions, how we can take actions, and how we can collaborate. My role at the Institute for Economics and Peace is as a partnership development manager. So the word partnership is actually central to my work, working with Institute for Economics and Peace. And I've been so privileged to be able to meet with many of the people we have here yesterday and at the beginning of our SDG summit to hear all the wonderful work that many of us are doing to be able to advance the SDGs, particularly with the goal SDG 16, the goal of peace, building peaceful, inclusive societies with access to justice for all, and also strong, transparent, accountable institutions at all levels. This is such an important goal because it's the goal that is cross-cutting across all 17. Many of you might know that the whole approach of the SDGs has been based on what we call systems thinking, where we try to shift people's thinking from not looking at a singular cause-effect relationship of how we deal with issues, but looking at issues as being a system. And because of this, with the system, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And this systems thinking is what also informs Institute for Economics and Peace in the way in which we measure and analyze peace and the economic cost of violence. I'd like to just start with just some explanations that with the SDGs, many of you might also understand that there have been some constraints in being able to advance these SDGs, and one of them has been the lack of financing. And we heard earlier a speaker about the importance about needing to have innovative financing mechanisms, whether it's increasing our overseas development assistance, whether it's looking at building public-private partnerships, but we need to look at different financing mechanisms to support the SDGs. The other area is often the lack of measurement. How can we measure progress on how we are going with the 17 goals? And this is where Institute for Economics and Peace, as an independent global think tank that measures and analyzes peace and the economic cost of violence, provides metrics to measure peacefulness in 163 countries. And also, we hope through our measurements of peace and analysis of peace, we can also provide a better understanding of the social, economic, cultural, and political factors that drive peace. So just a little bit of an example of showing you how one of the examples of the tools that IEP has been able to develop is called the Positive Peace Framework. And I'd like to introduce that with some slides, if I can, just to... Okay. Maybe I might just go up there to make it easier.
It would work for sure.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, the Institute for Economics and Peace was established in 2008, and we pioneered the empirical study of peace. In other words, with the organization, we were able to measure and analyze peace. And the aim of IEP is to undertake research to show how peace is a positive, tangible, and achievable measure of human well-being and progress. So think of this concept of peace as something that is positive, tangible, and achievable, and also a measure of human well-being and development. Can I? Okay, I'll keep going. Just keep going. I'll stop there. The Global Peace Index was our first report, and many of you might know this is the report that measures and analyzes the absence of violence or the fear of violence in 163 countries. And this represents 99.7% of the world's population. So I'd like to just show you that how we rank the 163 countries is we use what we call 3 domains. These domains are international domestic conflict, safety and society, and militarization. For those of you who want to really look at understanding conflict, and particularly the drivers of conflict, and particularly now in the changing nature of where we see the world going in how we understand conflict, the Global Peace Index provides the evidence and data to show you the trends of where countries are going in the issues of conflict. So I'd like to then move on, please. This is a very quick picture of the world map to show you through the colors. The green is very good, high peacefulness of countries. And of course, going to the red being the countries that are the least peaceful. And as you can see here, Russia is definitely the red colors, and also in some of the areas of the continent of Middle East and also in Africa. And in the 2023 GPI, we saw that 89 countries had improved, or 84 countries had improved and 79 had deteriorated. And I'll go to the next one. Next slide, please. The key highlights of this 2023 Global Peace Index showed that Iceland remains at the moment, and has been for many years, the most peaceful country in the world. We have Libya and Burundi, the largest improvements. Middle East and North Africa have improved in the last 3 years, and also Europe has remained the most peaceful region and recorded only a slight improvement in the last year. Afghanistan remains the world's least peaceful nation and has also recorded just in this last year, many of you might know, since the Taliban takeover in August 2021, there had been some improvement only in this last year, but it still remains the least peaceful country in the world. You might be surprised that the Taliban actually criticized IEP because of that ranking this year. We got a strong criticism from the Taliban government. Next, please. Okay, this is the 10 most peaceful countries. For many of you, you may not be surprised, but it's just good for those of you coming from the countries where you're coming to see what this year's top 10 countries being the most peaceful. And then also, now we have the 10 least peaceful countries. I'm going through this very quickly because I want to go to our positive peace framework. Okay. We've seen a decline in peacefulness over the last 13 of the last 15 years since IEP has been established. And obviously not very sobering news to be able to say that this deterioration has continued consecutively over these last 13 years. And unfortunately, the scenario is not looking good also for the future. For those of you who are really interested in what are the measures we use to be able to measure the peacefulness of countries, you can see on the left-hand side these are some of the 23 indicators that we use to be able to measure what we call the militarization, social security and safety, and the international and domestic conflict domains of each country. And this is how we score the country's level of peacefulness using these indicators that you see here on the left. Just in the last year, the total number of battle deaths, because there has been an increase in conflict deaths and battle deaths in this last year, were primarily in Europe, in Ethiopia and Ukraine, which I think would not surprise many of you. Okay. I think I'll move on. I can just move on because of time. This is a very important slide I'd like to show you. As I mentioned to many of you, Institute for Economics and Peace also measures the economic cost of violence. And I'd like for people to think, when people are looking at conflict and they're looking at war, we're not only looking at the actual conflict of fighting and battles, military security. People have to look at conflict and war as also being what we call the military industrial complex. It's the whole business of war. And IEP also measures the economic cost of the violence that the world spends each year. And this figure, 17.5 trillion, was how much the cost of violence was for this last 2022. It's a huge figure. And to just give you how much is being spent on the whole military industrial complex makes you understand where most of this money is coming from. And many of you would be not surprised to know that most of this cost is coming from military expenditure. And where does military expenditure come from? Mostly governments. So who do we need to be talking about when we're talking about financing? And we need to be looking at why governments are spending so much money on military expenditure that is contributing to more violence in our society. That figure of 2,200 per person is the equivalent of that 17.5 trillion. And I just wanted to mention that 2,200 per person is what that cost of violence is. The equivalent of 2,200 per person is spent on violence. Many of you might know that that's even more than the per capita income of people in developing countries. And this is quite an important figure to be able to remember. And what we could do if we just took 10% of that, 1% of that 17.5 trillion, if we could use that money instead of spending it on violence, think of what we could do to make the world a better place and what we could do with spending that money on doing good things. So positive peace. What IEP has been measuring has been on what we call the actual peace of the state of the world today. IEP calls that negative peace because it is looking at the broken bits in a society. The dysfunctional aspects, conflict, violence, fear of violence, are what we call the dysfunctional aspects of society. But we found that it's not enough to understand peace if you only look at the broken bits in a society. In other words, it's like looking at the human body. Yes, medical science and doctors have been able to discover wonderful ways to deal with our illnesses and diseases. But as you know, to look at to making a healthy body, you also have to look at what makes a body healthy. And we also know that good exercise, regular diet makes for a healthy body. And this is what we call now positive peace. We not only look at what is broken, we also have to look at what are the positive elements. And IEP is using research of what comes up to be the most common characteristics in peaceful countries. What makes peaceful countries peaceful? And we came up with the what we call the set of 8 interrelated factors or pillars of positive peace. The negative peace is what you saw in this previous report, the Global Peace Index,
measuring absence of violence or the fear of violence. But now we also need to look at what we call positive peace. And positive peace is defined as the attitudes, institutions, and structures that create and sustain peaceful societies. Look at it as two sides of a coin. You need two sides for the coin, and we need negative and positive peace to be able to address peace and to be able to contribute to building peace. These 8 pillars, as you can see here, are well-functioning government, equitable distribution of resources, free flow of information, good relations with neighbours, high level of human capital, acceptance of the rights of others, low level of corruption, and sound business environment. These 8, which are all interrelated, you can't work on them individually because they are all interrelated. Working together and putting the information together for these 8 pillars contributes to creating a peaceful society, a peaceful community. And we have been able to provide that evidence and data, which is so important in being able to advance the Sustainable Development Goals so that you can show how you can contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals by using this positive peace framework as what we call a monitoring tool or an advocacy tool. What are the benefits? Why would we have this, and why is it important to have a positive peace framework? Well, we found that through our research that the benefits of being able to use and contribute to positive peace leads to, leads to higher per capita income, stronger resilience with the communities, better environmental outcomes, higher measures of well-being, and better performance on the Sustainable Development Goals. So this positive framework can actually be a practical tool for you to use in your monitoring and advocacy for the Sustainable Development Goals. And I don't have as much time, but I wanted to just show you the connections we've been able to show with the Sustainable Development Goals. I'll move to a slide. If I can please move to the slide with the SDGs. Can move on. These are some of the informations that is contained in our report, which I brought just to show you. This is the Global Peace Index, and this is the Positive Peace Reports, in which this information I've just taken from. And I'd like to just say that all of IEP's reports and publications are available for free and downloadable on IEP's website, visionofhumanity.org. I wanted to just show this slide for those of us who are working on particularly Sustainable Development Goal 16. Many of those 8 pillars, particularly if you look at well-functioning government, free flow of information, equitable distribution of resources, acceptance of the rights of others, low level of corruption, and sound business environment, are actually correlated to the 12 targets of SDG 16. If you look closely at the 12 targets of SDG 16, there's a very strong alignment with the positive peace framework and the pillars. And what we've been able to show here is that you could also use the positive framework as a critique of the 17 goals to show where the goals are performing or not performing. One of the things that we've been able to show is that the issue of corruption, which you would think is a serious issue in where all of the challenges we're dealing with, is only mentioned as one target out of the whole 169 targets in the Sustainable Development Goal, which for us is quite surprising when you know the seriousness of corruption and the importance of how corruption can drive conflict and drive all sorts of tensions and also contribute to the crises and global crises that we're facing today. And yet it's only one target out of the 169, and it's in the goal 16. And so this is why with IEP focusing also on low level of corruption as one of its key pillars, the data that you can use from our reports could contribute to how you could address this issue of corruption that is in an underlying goal, underlying target as part of the SDGs agenda. Another example, sorry, just continue with that. Another example is increasing lack of media freedoms around the world, which many of you, and yesterday we had quite a lot of discussion about that. And this is an important area. The lack of media freedoms is a huge issue. And again, it is one of the issues that is part of SDG 16. And this is why with IP, we measure the issues of free flow of information, how we need to have a society where there is free flow of information. And the lack of media freedoms that we're facing presents a challenge for us to see how we can be able to address that issue. And using the positive peace framework, we are able to provide evidence and data to support how we can be able to address this issue of lack of media freedoms. Many of you might know now with the digitalization, the rise of what we call now misinformation, disinformation. It's presenting a huge challenge for the world now in being able to have access to freedom of information. These are some of the organizations that IEP partners with to be able to work on how we can contribute to building peace in the communities. And as you can see, the goal 17 for many of you, the goal of partnership, that's the goal that is the glue that actually links all the goals. And this is why goal 17, I just like to stress for many of us, is the actual goal that we must all be able to contribute to, because it is the glue that connects all of the goals together. And when we're talking about partnerships, we're talking about building collaborations, connecting with the country. These are the countries where we've been working, connecting with all the different countries, because the global challenges are beyond our national borders. And because they are global, and as I mentioned, the SDGs are universal, they belong to all of us. So there is a shared responsibility for us to be able to develop partnerships, collaborations, and particularly international solidarity on so many of the issues that we're dealing with, whether it's climate, whether it's economic inequality, whether it's forced displacement, refugees, mass migration, or whether it is governance issues, corruption issues. We need to work in partnership because, as all of you know, the diverse thinking leads to better solutions. And we need to work together in a way that we can show leadership. We can work with advocacy and influence. And also we connect with communities, people, communities, and organizations to build cultures of learning. A very important part of the SDGs, and particularly coming to these sessions, and particularly with International Day of Peace, is that strong, I think, connection for all of us is the underlying principle that has been a strong principle for me in being able to be a strong advocate for sustainable development goals, is that underlying the sustainable development goals are human rights norms and principles, which all of you understand is what the sustainable development goals are based on. They're based on really our human rights norms and principles. And the key one I would like to say is leave no one behind is a very, very important principle of the sustainable development goals. So I'd like to add and end with important message that with that leave no one behind principle is a poem that comes from my country, from Aboriginal woman writer and poet Uduru Nunagal. She was the first actually Aboriginal writer and poet to have her poems published. And I just like to say that poem and present that poem to all of you. It's called All One Race. All one race, black tribe, yellow tribe, red, white, or brown. From where the sun jumps up to where it goes down. Heirs and Pukasabs, demoiselles and scores, all are family. So why make wars? They're not interested in Brumby runs. We don't honker after midnight suns. I'm for all humankind, not color jibes. I'm international and never mind tribes. Black, white, brown, race, yellow race, or red. From the torrid equator to the ice fields spread. Messieurs and seigneurs, hubras and fraus, all are family. So why family rows? We're not interested in their igloos. They're not mad about kangaroos. I'm international. Never mind place. I'm for humanity, all one race. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. A wonderful poem, isn't it? You know, the Bright team at JWF is working now on the platforms and handling conversations with people from a lot of countries. And if you saw me just touching the phone and, you know, browsing through it, I wasn't playing on answering messages. I was just keeping track of things that are happening now online. And I'm happy to say that we have many people involved in the academia, in journalism, in advocacy, who are expressing their gratitude for all the messages that they have received in online platforms. We have people on Zoom from South Africa, from Botswana, from Tanzania, from Pakistan, from Nigeria, Ethiopia, India, Iraq, Kurdistan, and others, if they may, you know, be any of them added to the list. People from the academia, journalists, youth leaders, opinion leaders on the virtual platforms who are sending their appreciation and their appreciation for all the remarks delivered by all the panelists, and they are saying a thank you, of course, a virtual one. Me being the voice for so many people, I'm honored. Thank you, everybody. Great teamwork. Also, JWF team rocks. Tricia was talking about peace, a value I uphold, and I think you all do. I have a compatriot who is an expert for sustainable development. His name is Călin Georgescu, and he was saying in one of his speeches that more people on planet Earth are screaming fear rather than earning for food. So ending poverty and inner peace would be goals which should be partnered. Peace is not only on international relationships and in between countries, peace inside a human heart, peace inside our hearts and minds. My next panelist was expressing yesterday as being an outmost goal we all need to be working towards. So sounding an alarm for urgent action on increasing internationally compatible, gender disaggregated available data collection, Dr. Ranjana Kumari, Director for the Center for Social Research in India, is here with us, and she's as well the chairperson of Women Power Connect. Dr. Kumari has dedicated her life to empowering women across the South Asia region, and she's also a prolific writer of many well-known publications. She has served as the coordinator of the South Asia Network against trafficking in persons and is a member of the Central Advisory Board on Preconception and Prenatal Diagnostic Test Act 2001, as well as the Central Advisory Committee for Prevention of Trafficking in Women and Children. Being an accomplished academician, Dr. Kumari has a number of publications to her credit. Dr. Ranjana Kumari combines the two roles of a woman activist and scholar with great felicity and panache. Having dedicated her life to significant social causes, Dr. Ranjana Kumari continues to impact the lives of many with her dedication and zeal. She has her master's and PhD in political science from Jawaharlal Nehru University. Dr. Kumari, the floor is yours.
Thank you for a very generous introduction. And also I want to express my thanks to JWF for giving me this opportunity, and In Dialogue India for facilitating this opportunity. So thank you for inviting me. Also for an issue which concerns us all, which I'm going to address at the moment. But before I say anything, it's a very happy day for Indian women. So I want to bring that message to you and share it with you. The happy day because there was a fight, a struggle. Women's lives are full of struggle. But this struggle was for getting women political power. And we have been of the belief that unless women are sitting at the table half and half, 50%, I don't think we would be at the moment really feeling bad, sad. And that's my second news that I'm going to share with you. So today, while I'm talking to you, Parliament of India and a bill that was being fought for to be passed by Parliament for 27 years is being passed because Prime Minister Modi proposed it, and 554 members, that is the whole House, barring just 2 members, they only opposed it and everybody else accepted. So today we have 33% seats reserved in India's Parliament for women. So you can see, and I'm sure, you know, this is going to make the whole difference. Now, that's where I want to bring in this whole gender disaggregated data and power of this data, or power of any data for that matter. You know, I'm going to talk to you about that. But the sad news is that we have not been able to achieve even 1/5 of what we set out to achieve 7 years back. So what really went wrong? Pandemic? Yes. This was a big disruption. But responsibility of the states? No. I don't think we can blame everything that went wrong because of pandemic. It went wrong because most of the countries did not muster the political will and courage and put their resources in the place that they should have put for achieving the SDGs. So it's extremely important that we should look at what happens when we do have the correct, accurate, scientifically generated information and data. Now, why it is that when we talk about gender equality and when we talk about what we achieved, I think it's important to look at this data. It's not only that 70% of the countries don't know what is the status of women's gainful employment. They don't know, 70% country. And then 40% countries are not aware of land rights or land ownership of women. I mean, I can go on and on talking to you about how many countries really actually reported when SDG data was collated together. Anyway, whatever the report came, it's important to pay attention to that how many areas progress has been too slow. At the current rate, what will happen to women? If what data came to us, if we are analyzing that data, then we are looking at estimated 300 years to end child marriage. 300 years it will take before we will eliminate our children to get married and get into the kind of, hell that they are at the moment after child marriage. 286 years to close gap in legal protection and remove discriminatory laws. We can do that. Every country can set up a committee, a board like, some of us did in India, to review the laws from the gender lens and from gender perspective and just delete them. We don't need so many laws. A lot of, laws which were a kind of, we inherited because we have been 200 years British colony. We didn't need those laws. And then still we continued with them for the past 75 years since independence. So I think that's something is achievable, is doable, and we could do it. 140 years for women to be represented equally in position of powers and leadership. So at least India has made some step towards that. We are able to do that. And 47 years to achieve equal representation in parliament. So what is missing here? I think what is missing here is political will of the nations to progress and to get women equal opportunity. Now, when we have the data, when we know exactly what has gone, then we know what is going wrong. And then we can really tailor-make the strategies to really reach out and to be able to change that situation. If we have that informed data with us. If we don't have, then this is all like, either we are ignoring it or we don't want to do it as nations, or we are not really moving into informed advocacy. Now, going back to this example of our struggle, we had to build a whole data set in the country since independence till now, where are women in terms of power and decision making? And when we presented the data that we started on the eve of independence, 75 years back, only 3% women. And today, after 75 years, only 14% women. So where are we in terms of women getting represented? How do you call it a democracy if women are not even sitting, equally to make all kinds of decisions? Are women only there to vote and to bring you to power? Just like to cook and put the table, food on the table? Is the role of women that, or is it more than that? If it is more than that, then look at this data and see what's going wrong where. So I think that's where it's extremely important to go for all kinds of, so there is a huge data gap at the moment, whether you look at the education. So what happened post-pandemic? So many girls have dropped out of school and started, especially for the lower, income group communities, they started working with the mothers. And so many girl children are never sent back to school because they continued pushed into earning that income because survival of the family, they lost jobs, they did not have enough resources to survive. So many of our countries, the girl children are still in that position. And also to top it all, since there is an issue of security of those children in terms of physical security, in terms of sexual security. So what happens? They have been all pushed to child marriage. So data is escalating about child marriage. Dropout rate has gone up now we need to know this. We need to know how many percent. When we started working in districts which are gender critical districts in our country, Center for Social Research data said, that's my institution, we talked about it. Nobody was agreeing with this thing. They said, no, girls have dropped out. Yes, girls did not come to school, but they're all now back in the school. And we started looking at their rosters there, and said that where is this one? Where is this girl? What is happening? So almost 20% girls have never gone back to school. It's a very high number for a country which has, decided to give right to education as constitutional guarantee. So that's one thing. When you have the data, you have informed policy. On the other side, you have informed advocacy. It's extremely important for all of us who are working in different kinds of fields, whether it is climate, whether it is peace. When we see this, that 17 trillion, whose money is this anyway? Governments are spending on all kinds of, war and arms and things like that. Who is giving this money? Who's making this hard work and paying taxes and all this money? So I think it's important to, if you have this data, then you can do more informed advocacy. And that is needed because we have to all go back after this SDG news, which is very shocking here, that we have not been able to achieve more than 15%, to go back and start working. So we need much more gender disaggregated data. The other thing is there is a power of data. If people know what's happening, then there is not only sensitization and advocacy that happens, but also that policy makers are helped to design correct policies. They're able to design correct intervention. And then, of course, impact assessment is extremely important. One UN initiative was to start gender budgeting in all our countries. I don't know how many countries really finally adopted it, but India did. And when we do gender budgeting, then every budget, every penny spent will have to be seen from the perspective of who it is benefiting finally. Is it benefiting the poor? Is it only poor men, or is it also reaching out to the women? And how women are getting benefited. So that's extremely important, why we should have the gender disaggregated. So what is the problem? Why are we not able to get this gender disaggregated data? I think there are 4 or 5 issues here. Very important issue is that we do not have the kind of understanding, or you can say the index, or you can say scale on which we are able to collect that data. So a lot of our data collection machinery is not equipped with that. And just to give you one example, we started talking about women-headed households. Everybody in the government said, what do you mean by women-headed households? You know, our data doesn't show anywhere that women head households. It's only men. They are the farmers. Women are not the farmers. And effectively 70% agriculture is handled by women only. You know, whether men are working, gone out of their homes and working in different cities because of the migration and migrant labor, women get left behind with children to make all the decisions, whether it is agriculture, whether it is health, whether it is education. They are. So who's heading that household? It's women. But it took years for us to convince our census data collection, which happens once in 10 years. And because of COVID disruption, we have not been able to do that the data which we were supposed to collect in 21. So finally, this was accepted as an area where our enumerators will go and ask, not say who's head of the household, because women are used to saying, he's the head of the household. He's not here. He's in Bombay. He's in Kanpur or wherever in the country, but he's the head of the household. How many women really think, even if they are the main providers, even if they are the first providers in the house, they don't consider themselves as head of the household. So I think that's then women-headed households were included in our census as one of the categories for data enumeration. So that's something also is driven by cultural, social understanding of how we collect our data. Now, the other thing which is very important is resources. To get extensive data collection, you need resources. You know, it's not possible. We are making a lot of conjectures. We are making a lot of observational calculations. And that's not something which is going to lead to the real good, solid understanding. Yeah, I understand. It's only 2 minutes for me. So I feel that, so that's very, very important to understand that that kind of a data collection is, so many things that are there where we need to invest in data infrastructure. So my call to action in 2 minutes is that let's invest in real, genuine data infrastructure, because without that, it's only blind game. You're carrying your cards very close to your chest and you are throwing it blind. It may work, but it mostly will not work, let me tell you. And it is not working. And that is why only 15% in so many 7 years, and we are still not even 1/5 way. Now, standardization is important because data needs to be comparable. A lot of data was sent when we have been collating reports in the country. They're not comparables. You can't compare, something like mango and as you say, peaches or whatever. I mean, you have to have similar kind of standard when you are looking at the data, and it has to be global. It has to be global, so we get a good global picture of what is happening, because most of the low-income countries are suffering for these issues, and nothing much is moving because of resource crunch, debt crisis, war, economies have gone down after pandemic. So I think we need to really get into it and start getting the data. And also we have to take responsibility of capacity building of data collectors and enumerators. There is no way we can get right data unless they understand how to get. And of course, finally, the data dissemination. We have to have good forums, channels, lots of good research has been done, lots of good information has been generated, but a lot of people are ignorant about those facts and those kind of studies and researches. So I feel that it's important to conclude the urgency of increasing internationally comparable gender disaggregated data collection cannot be overstated. I want to again emphasize it. It's a call to action that demands the attention of commitment of governments, organizations, and individuals worldwide. By working together to close the data gap, we can take meaningful steps towards a more equitable and just world for genders. It's time to sound the alarm and take action. So I feel that's extremely important time. We are there, we have all the, and with AI now, and the technology that we have in hand, there should not be any excuse for that. And the gender disaggregated data will tell you that we are sitting on climate negotiations, women are missing, one or two in the corner of the table. Nobody wants to hear them. When we are discussing peace, how many women, we were just talking about that, how many women, and I'm sure in your presentation, are in peace negotiations, really? How many? So we joke about it, and please, all men in this room, don't feel bad when I'm going to say that. Men create war and women suffer. But we don't have any way to play a role to stop that war. But we want to ultimately, like we got women resistance bill passed, we want to ultimately stop this war. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwari, for your contribution. And I wish a second time today to have had some workshops. There are so many things to talk about. There are so many things to debate, and the time frame that we are allotted for panel one is unfortunately tight. So I am now to introduce a journalist, a spokesperson, senior media advisor, UN Special Envoy for Syria from Switzerland, Ms. Jennifer von Fenton, who has been the spokesperson at the United Nations Office for the Special Envoy for Syria since May 2019. She attends the SDGs conference in her personal capacity. Previously, she worked for Al Jazeera in Doha and New York, and CNN in Atlanta, Jerusalem, London, and Abu Dhabi, holding senior positions, including an executive producer. Ms. Vaughan has also worked for the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs in Palestine and the UN Refugee Agency in New York. She held the Yale Pontier Fellow in Residence for the 2017-2018 academic year. She has won several major industry news awards, including multiple Peabody Awards. Welcome, Ms. Jennifer von Fenton. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm very honored to share this stage with you, and I'm cognizant of time, so I will be brief.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So the Secretary General noted in his annual report that the work of the organization, that peace and security are threatened by the evolving nature of conflict, shrinking civic space, mis- and disinformation, hate speech, unregulated cyberspace, the climate emergency, and the rollback of women's rights. The political will has been lacking. Clearly, journalism plays a pivotal role in conflict resolution, safeguarding human rights, and fostering sustainable development. Sadly, journalism is a risky and far too deadly endeavor. Media is consistently attacked and undermined in many contexts. Numerous studies have noted that across the world, female journalists and media professionals encounter escalating online and offline assaults. Gender-based acts of violence encompass stigmatization, misogynistic hate speech, cyberbullying, physical aggression, sexual assault, and tragically, even murder. Strengthening media institutions and media freedoms are essential for the promotion of democracy, to enable the free flow of information, and to protect the interests of society. The United Nations has among its primary objectives one of preventing conflict and promoting international cooperation, and since its founding, it has evolved to take on a wide range of global issues, including the vital role of media. The UN also recognizes the critical role that media plays in conflict resolution, conflict prevention, and peace building. The news media dictates what conflict and conflict aspects get covered, how much airtime or front page news coverage a conflict receives, who speaks about the conflict in media. Do we use the main or auxiliary players in the conflict, aid agencies, terrorists, or the civilians who are impacted? The media can frame a matter in a way that makes it more intractable. Media can act as a weapon of violence, spreading hate and false information. It can also assign and employ stereotypes and give people labels that are dehumanizing. News media, of course, can also provide accurate information in conflict zones, which is critical to help civilians stay safe and to access other necessities. It can also reduce conflict and help aid with resolution by providing accurate information in a timely manner. Also shedding light on the root causes of conflict and provide a path for meaningful dialogue. It can also hold parties to account, expose abuses of power, violations of human rights, crimes of war, and act as a watchdog. The SG, the Secretary General, noted in his annual report, again on the organization, that the UN has created mechanisms in an effort to bolster media development in places of conflict and countries. I won't get into all of those, but they are in his report. The report also highlights the work being done to fight back against the myths and disinformation, as well as hate speech, and efforts, of course, including monitoring and training. Now, the partnerships play an important role as well, and this includes media, social media companies, and civil society organizations. Now, obviously, the media variables are very complex. News media environments are varied. For example, there are government or quasi-government media monopolies, large media conglomerates. The news values obviously differ at different outlets, as well as to the extent to which governments control the communication through mechanisms such as strict penal codes, legal frameworks that restrict or enable freedoms of press. There's also communication infrastructure that may be limited or advanced and may suffer from war-related or other damage. The interest and motivations of media outlets and journalists, of course, are wide-ranging, and communication methods also differ depending on the country and the region. And the communication technology continues to change the media landscape, and it is challenging, as I'm sure you all know, to manage the volume of information that we're receiving. So of course, the strategies are also well known. There is, of course, a lack of political will to achieve these, but they include, I think, most importantly, protecting press freedom. This includes not only legal protections for the freedom of press, but constitutional guarantees. Journalists and media workers have the right to be protected from harassment and violence and censorship. There needs to be the political will to establish conditions where journalists can carry out their work without retribution. Alongside this, information laws, political commitments are needed to strengthen the freedom of information to help ensure that government transparency and accountability, and for the process of journalists and citizens and affected persons to request and access things like public documents. These need to be simplified and efficient. Media regulations, obviously this is sort of two-pronged. Independent media regulatory bodies need to have clear mandates that can help ensure fairness as well as accountability in the media industry. And international organizations and other countries and bodies also should encourage and share best practices and resources. Media organizations also need to self-regulate, adhering to ethical codes of conduct. Also, diverse funding and independence. To the degree possible, funding should be diverse, and media outlets should try to reduce their dependence on single revenue streams. as this runs the risk of making them vulnerable to external pressures. Exploring as many funding models as possible, so a combination of philanthropy, subscriptions, memberships, providing grants and other fundings to investigative journalism projects is critical, especially ones that aim to uncover corruption and to hold powerful entities accountable. Media pluralism is also critical. We need to promote a diverse media landscape. To do this, we need to have independent and community-led efforts. Education and media literacy, I think we all know, is becoming increasingly essential. Programs including at schools, teaching members of the public, and engaging civil society, combating disinformation and fake news. I'm sure your next panel will probably address that as well, along with holding the social media platforms accountable, and public engagement, which I think all of the panelists have noted, it needs to be fostered, and media outlets need to prioritize, among other things, public interest reporting. Strengthening media institutions must be a process that is ongoing, combining a number of things that I named, including the legal as well as regulatory framework. A trustworthy and vibrant media ecosystem is one in which there is both freedom of the press and responsible journalism. To close, as I promised it would be short, in summary, governments, international organizations, civil society must work together to create an environment where media can operate freely, responsibly. Media must be strengthened and protected. And for more specifics about what the UN is doing in specific conflict zones, those are noted in the SG's annual report, which I'm sure the organization can share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution and for helping me close this panel with so many wonderful guest speakers, contributors to this conference. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your participation. A lively audience. I saw many smiles and nodding, and light in your eyes speaks like an image used to a long time ago, 1,000 words. Now I don't know what an image speaks anymore because it can be, of course, distorted. I would like to end today by reading a short fragment from a book written by a cultural philosopher, published recently at the beginning of the year. I mentioned yesterday during the roundtable his name, Professor Hahn from University of Berlin. Look what he's saying about the future, while he's warning that very soon democracy is gonna be melting into infocracy. The future, says Professor Hahn, is the way in which we react to what is happening, the way in which we transform a movement, a doubt, into truth. So I wish you truthful experiences and maybe truth that lights up your path today and always. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much to this wonderful line of expert speakers. Highly appreciate your contributions. So we will soon be back with panel session 2 in a couple minutes as the stage will be changed. So for our online audience, please remain with us as panel discussion 2 will start shortly. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Why didn't you come in the review?
I have a relationship with Protestants and Basque. We've had some very good discussions about other things.
Thank you.
Hello.
Mehmet, can we have the guests to be seated if there's anybody outside? Now, if you pause this, you find out just. Please, let's get seated as we will start soon.
Yeah.
The US, you consider
All right, back to scheduled programming. Thank you so much to our Zoom participants for their wonderful remarks. Hoping that we will have more time at this session. I'll be forwarding your notes and questions to Tanya, our moderator today. So this session will be starting as we will now hear from Kyrgyzstan, UN Women Representative. Ms. Ulzi Suran Jamstran kindly share her virtual remarks with us. She has an experience over 20 years in international development and strategic managerial leadership in gender and women's issues in Moldova, Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan for UNDP, UNIFEM, and UN Women.
Dear participants of the SDG conference, dear partners of the Journalists and Writers Foundation and John Jay College of Criminal Justice, thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this very important event. As we all know, the SDG confirms that gender equality is a sine qua non for sustainable development and attainment of all the SDG agenda. However, the recent reports show that unfortunately SDG 5 and gender equality agenda is on the regression ends. And this is very unfortunate that this is exactly the time when the whole world needs much more equality and much more empowerment. In this very important time, it is actually critical for all of us to also understand what actually goes well, what really works. And that's why I want to show you and share from our journey of UN Women Kyrgyzstan Country Office on how we are transforming the attainment of the SDG 5 at the country level. So here in front of you, you will see in a schematic way how we have been testing how we can rethink how we work with partners and engage them into development agenda. And further in the slide, starting from here, I will be going deeper into some of the key findings. So first of all, it was absolutely critical for us to create new and safe spaces for partners so that they dive together and have a deeper understanding about the complexity and have an urgent sense of purpose on advancing together on the gender equality, women's empowerment agenda. So once we have created the space, it was absolutely critical that partners start to accept totally different worldviews of each other when it comes to gender equality agenda. And it was absolutely critical that with this acceptance, they start to talk and negotiate about what is common in their agenda, what is common in their vision that would bring them together around gender equality agenda. Once it is done, then we come to a very important step, which is called shared risk, shared responsibilities, resulting and of course benefits towards the common goal. And these 4 steps were absolutely critical and essential. And we have achieved very concrete results of bringing partners together with these 2 very important elements. And these elements are about new facilitation tools and about new social norm holders. So having these 2 in this particular space, meaning in other words, if we are talking about making some transformative changes in the lives of survivors of violence, we need to have women survivors of violence who speak up, who have gone through the problem stage to the solution stage, together with the facilitators of the new tools, those who help and create new norms and new dialogues around the table with the partners. And when we have tested these approaches, it basically helped us not to build this whole house of the transformative change, whereby then we actually were able to achieve wonderful results. And some of the key results I could actually already give an example of is even during 2 to 3 months, we could increase a number of women who are speaking out about their violence experiences, or women living with HIV 10-fold. And these documented experiences we'll be happy to share further with all of you. So here are our contacts. Please contact us and reach out to us, and we will be very happy to have this conversation further with you. So I wish you all a very productive conference and looking forward to the outcome. Thank you.
It is quite prideful that 2023 marked the lowest level of press freedom over the last decade. 80% of global population now live with less freedom of expression than they used to have back in 10 years ago. Independent journalists, credible media outlets are the first on the front line that authoritarian regimes attacked as they proceed to undermine democracy. Populists do know that defining their battle for power is built on a foundation to control the narrative in the society. And attacks on press freedom is a transnational agenda. Therefore, it binds us all. We should all be concerned about the shrinking space of journalists and media outlets. Governments which do not uphold press freedom continue their oppression and harassment on dissident journalists across the far-end geographies. Decline of freedom to access knowledge, shrinking space of civil society, disabling the independence of media members, never be idle. These systemic violations do spread out across the borders eventually. As free flow of information and well-functioning governments are the pillars of positive peace, we have to respond to the alarming facts that today politicized judiciaries, online surveillance systems, attacks on journalists through social media platforms are the new conflict zones for journalists. And now at panel discussion 2, we have an excellent round of speakers who are about to shed a light on these contemporary challenges. To lead the discussion today, we have Tanya Bozaninu, a journalist from Greece, working since 1997 for Vima on Sunday as its editor-in-chief. Ms. Tanya covers a variety of topics from diplomacy, foreign affairs to human rights and migration. She has reported from several countries in the Middle East, including Afghanistan, Israel, and the Palestinian territories, and Europe. Tanya, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I thank the Journalists and Writers Foundation for choosing this topic, because freedom of speech and freedom of information is something we take for granted in democratic societies, but we shouldn't. And you will find out why, I hope. I will begin my speech by giving you two definitions of the freedom of the press, not because I think you don't know what press freedom is, but because I want to show you the evolution of the definition through the decades. The first definition is by George Orwell, who lived in the first half of the 20th century. According to him, freedom of the press means the freedom to criticize and oppose. As simple as that. But definitions of the 21st century describe press freedom as the ability of journalists to select, produce, and disseminate news independent of political, economic, legal, and social interference, and in the absence of threats to their physical and mental safety. So as you can see, the definition of press freedom had to be broadened in this century in order to encompass the more complex threats that journalists face today. This year, World Press Freedom Index, which evaluates 180 countries, found that unfortunately, the environment for journalism is bad in 7 out of 10 countries in the world, and satisfactory in only 3 out of 10 countries. The entire American continent, including the United States, no longer has any country where press freedom is deemed good. In the Asia Pacific, there are some of the worst countries regarding freedom. In Africa, nearly half of the countries are problematic. And last in the regional ranking is the Middle East and North Africa, which continue to be the world's most dangerous region for journalists. Europe continues to be the best continent to work as a journalist, but even there, the situation is problematic. Even in Germany, which has a good ranking in the Press Freedom Index, Germany is number 21 out of 180 countries. A record number of cases of violence against journalists were recorded last year. So apart from the traditional threats that curtail press freedom, murder and attacks against journalists, there are many more modern threats and subtler threats, and this is the tricky part, that might not harm journalists physically, but they do harm press freedom. For example, one easy example is that in 2 out of 3 countries, politicians are involved in massive disinformation or propaganda campaigns, which result in blurring the difference between true and false. And this is made possible thanks to new technology. But apart from new technology, those who want to mess with press freedom have many, many tools in their disposal right now. I would like to introduce you to just two of them. One is media capture. I don't know if you are familiar with the term, but media capture describes the way politicians and businessmen collaborate in order to control the media. Instead of a government to directly control or close down a newspaper or a TV station because they are too critical of its policies, it colludes with friendly businessmen who buy the newspaper or the website or the TV station. And under the new owner, the medium stops being critical of the government, and the journalists who don't comply are simply fired. Media capture is one of the gravest and most intractable new threats to press freedom around the world. In country after country, collusion between governments and wealthy media owners has become the preferred method of control over the media. In countries such as Hungary, Turkey, and Russia, media capture is already the dominant form of media ownership. The second new tool to curtail press freedom I would like to mention to you is SLAPS. It's an acronym which means Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation, or more simply, intimidation lawsuits. These are lawsuits against journalists or human rights defenders with the purpose to censor, intimidate, and silence them by burdening them with legal costs. In a typical SLAP case, the plaintiff does not even care to win the lawsuit because the goal is not to win, but to exhaust the journalist financially and emotionally with mounting legal costs so that the journalists themselves decide to stop being critical. SLAPs are a very real threat to press freedom, even in places where journalists are generally respected, such as in Western Europe. The people who want to control and annoying journalists are mostly politicians and public servants. They use strategic lawsuits, often based on over-strict libel laws or vague privacy rules, and more often than not, they succeed to silence their targets. But I would like to end on a positive note. In an effort to stop such misuse of the legal system, the European Commission, which, by the way, in a very superficial count, they found hundreds of SLAPS cases in the last couple of years. So the European Commission, and they're sure there are many more that couldn't be counted. So the European Commission drafted an anti-SLAP directive that will be adopted hopefully next year. And in the United States, in more than 30 American states, Canada and Australia have already anti-SLAP laws in place. And with this positive note, I would like to give the floor to our distinguished guests. First, Batya Ungar-Sargon, who is the opinion editor of Newsweek and a writer of books like the forthcoming Promised Land, The Working Class Struggle for the American Dream. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having me. I am truly, truly humbled to have been asked to speak here and to be in such august company. This panel is called Press Freedom as an Instrument to Defend Human Rights for All, and I am specifically to talk about the state of press freedom under autocratic regimes and the state's control of media as a venue for propaganda. I want to start by saying that there are many autocratic regimes across the globe that you will hear about here that don't recognize freedom of the press or even the sanctity of human life, where speaking the truth can cost a journalist his or her freedom. I'm thinking a lot, as I'm sure a lot of us are, about Evan Gershkovich, an American Wall Street Journal reporter who was imprisoned by Russia. These countries routinely inflict human and civil rights abuses against journalists, and it's unspeakable. 12 journalists, for example, were reportedly killed last year for reporting on the war in Ukraine and Russia. 13 journalists were killed in Mexico in 2022. And nothing that I am about to say should be seen as in any way making an equivalence between what happens in those countries and what happens in Western democracies. Human rights abuses against journalists, murder, a culture of violence and impunity are atrocities that cannot be compared to anything else. But we are not here to discuss state violence, but rather state suppression of speech. And when it comes specifically to press freedom and to state control of the media as a tool of propaganda, unfortunately, many democratic regimes have begun to engage in a culture of repression and incrimination, often ironically in the name of fighting misinformation and disinformation. Now, again, I want to be extremely clear. This is in no way comparable to killing and jailing journalists or allowing cartels to get away with killing and torturing journalists. And yet, when a government engages in efforts to suppress the truth about those in power and is met by a willing journalistic caste that has decided to assist in this suppression in the name of fighting misinformation, for example, you can end up with a similar effect when it comes to the electorate. In other words, if the point of a free press is a free electorate whose freedom is in part predicated upon some level of being informed, then the sad truth is that journalism can be stifled by journalists if they are unwilling to stand up to government overreach, even when that overreach does not come in the form of imprisonment or physical threats. And what we've learned in the US of late is that social threats, social status, and class solidarity can have a similar chilling effect on free speech and a commitment to diversity of thought. Autocrats are very adept at suffocating free speech and a free press with state-sponsored violence, but in democracies, class interests can also suppress free speech. And while perhaps not as evil, terrifying, or vile as physical violence, it can result in a similarly conformist and unfree civic society, one that should horrify people committed to a free press, especially we Americans with our First Amendment. In the US, state agencies have routinely intervened to spread or silence journalistic stories of late. Most famously, I'll just give one example of how this happened in the name of fighting misinformation. In the run-up to the 2020 presidential election, President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, left what we now know by his own admission was his laptop, which contained compromising information in a computer repair shop. The laptop was full of images of Hunter in compromising positions, as well as emails that showed a vast enterprise of influence peddling with representatives of foreign governments. Some of them are adversaries that may have implicated Joe Biden. We don't know yet. So this is all now fact. We know now that this is fact. And yet when this story first came out, it was vigorously ignored voluntarily by the mainstream legacy press, so much so that as a candidate, President Biden was never even asked to deny that this was his son's laptop, which it turned out it was. Instead of robust coverage, the media ran cover for the Biden campaign, which also colluded with a former acting director of the CIA. Again, this is all reported, this is his own admission, who got 50 intelligence officials to spread the lie, we now know, that the laptop was Russian disinformation. Twitter then locked the account of the newspaper that had published the story to keep that vital information from spreading. So this is just one example. Emails have subsequently revealed how often the Biden administration reached out to social media companies like Twitter and Facebook, successfully petitioning them to ban the accounts of established journalists for the sin of publishing stories unfavorable to the administration. The White House successfully petitioned Facebook to remove posts discouraging people from getting the COVID vaccine or discussing what turned out to be the almost certain actual origin of COVID-19, and others were booted from Twitter at the White House behest. Now, if you're sitting there thinking, well, I don't mind that this happened because I don't agree with those positions, you're in good company. Autocrats also are very good at protecting the free speech of people who agree with them. The US government participated in this regime of censorship so aggressively that recently a federal appeals court said that the Biden administration had violated the First Amendment. And again, I want to make very clear, none of this comes close to jailing or killing journalists. But again, we are not here to discuss the evils of murder, but rather the evils of suppressing the freedom of the press and speech. Silencing speech is against our Constitution. It's all the more egregious when that speech turns out to be true, and yet was silenced for political purposes. And of course, the test of free speech is always when it comes to speech you disagree with. Again, it's, every autocrat can protect the speech of people they agree with. The worst part is that the media in America has been completely complicit in all of this. None of this would have been possible if the media had simply stood up to what were, after all, rather benign requests from a democratic government, or even no requests at all, as in the case of the Hunter Biden laptop story. In repressive regimes, the media is forced to report things that they know are lies. But here, the tragedy is that members of the media caste have come to believe whatever the administration wants them to. And the reason for that is very simple. Capture. The American media has become deeply captured by a socioeconomic elite that is almost uniformly ultra progressive, and which no longer believes that free speech is an absolute value, and that political debate is the sacred bedrock of a democracy. Some 96% of American journalists who gave political donations gave them to the Democratic Party, even though they only get 25% of the electorate's vote, okay? So 96% of journalists speaking from the same position of a quarter of Americans. The majority of them have graduate degrees. They make at least twice the median income, although most of them make much more, and vanishingly few of them believe that those they disagree with deserve to make their case unimpeded to the American people. And a lot of that is being done again. And they use the term misinformation, disinformation to push a political and economic agenda. As such, American journalists routinely end up protecting the very people they are meant to be holding to account, while smearing and silencing the working class, who tend to be more socially conservative. American journalists are now on the side of those in power. They go to the same elite universities as the tech billionaires and politicians they're supposed to cover, and their children end up in the same elite schools, and they end up in the same neighborhoods. At the same time, 97% of political donations that came out of Silicon Valley went to, surprise, surprise, the Democratic Party, 97%. So there are two ways to stop the truth from emerging in a free press. One is to kill and jail journalists. But it turns out that there is actually another way, and it is to wait for them to become part of the same elites that benefit from the status quo. And then they have a vested interest in protecting the lives of those in power to whom their own status is bound, making them reactionary conservatives who will defend the Biden administration or the Obama administration before them. So this panel is about the UN General Assembly Sustainable Development Goals, which are noble goals, things like, significantly reduce all forms of violence and related death rates everywhere. But the American press wouldn't report that the skyrocketing levels of violent crime plaguing low-income Americans, especially Black Americans. And here's the worst part about it. They did not need to be told by a Democratic administration not to report on the crime wave, which is highly localized in Democratic cities. They didn't have to be threatened with prison to not report on it. It came naturally to them. It is how they protect their elite status, with ideas like defund the police, which proliferated in 2020 and 2021. And if you were a working journalist who knew people whose lives had been destroyed by crime and dared to speak up against it, you were ostracized, humiliated, and shamed into silence by your fellow journalists. Stories about crime are rife with misinformation and racism, they declared at the federally funded NPR, a sentiment that was echoed over and over at the legacy media. Now imagine being the victim of rape or carjacking, or the family member of a person who was murdered, and having to read that headline. I'm sure everybody here thinks education is a vital goal, yet thanks to the censorship of the Biden administration, a compliant press, and complicit social media companies, the disastrous impact of learning loss due to school lockdowns on low-income children was hidden from view, as was how little children were in danger of negative outcomes from COVID. It will take a generation for Black children to make up the impact of losing 2 years of school, while rich white kids were back in school within 6 months. And during these lockdowns, which got no pushback by the mainstream media, physical abuse of children skyrocketed, so did suicide attempts. Or what about Target 5.2, eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private spheres, including trafficking and sexual and other types of exploitation. One thing you will not read about in the American media is the fact that 1/3 of all women crossing our southern border illegally admits to being raped. So imagine what the actual number is a third of these women admits that they were raped on the way here, including children as young as 8 years old. Under President Biden, the US is seeing more human trafficking and more sex trafficking than we have certainly in my lifetime, probably in our entire history. Why don't you hear about it in the press? class solidarity. American journalists are in the class that consumes cheap illegal migrant labor, not the class who are competing for those jobs. The point I'm trying to make here is that there are many ways for a regime to control the media for purposes of propaganda, and not all of them are violent. Not all of them occur under autocracies. A functioning democracy can have a dysfunctional press. All it takes is for the people tasked with holding power to account to get a taste of power, to cultivate deep, deep contempt for the citizens they are meant to be informing. All it takes is for journalists to think it is their job to tell people how to think or what to value instead of supplying them with facts so they can make up their own minds the way you do with somebody you respect, which is what I've tried very hard to do here. Autocrats have contempt for human life and human rights, but nothing compares to the atrocity that represents and the atrocities it results in. But if you have contempt for the values of your fellow man because they don't agree with you, you can end up robbing them of the truth too, and using journalism to spread misinformation in the name of defending the truth. And I hope this goes without saying to me, but for an American, the government should never, ever be involved in the business of fighting misinformation. Our entire country is sort of built on that idea. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Batia, for shattering the cliche that journalism in a democratic country governed by the Democratic Party. The cliche goes that that should be ideal, but thank you for shattering it. And now I give the floor to Paula Penfold, an investigative journalist based in Auckland, New Zealand, who reports for the video-led team at Staff, the country's largest media organization.
Thank you, Tania. Tēnā koutou katoa, a greeting in Te Reo Māori, our Indigenous language in New Zealand, to acknowledge you all. Thank you very much to the Journalists and Writers Foundation and to the Peace of the Islands Foundation for having me here. People probably think that nothing much bad happens in New Zealand. I see we're fourth on the scale in terms of peaceful countries in the world. The World Press Freedom, as you've heard Tania speak of the index for 2023, we're ranked in New Zealand number 13 on that. We're described as a model for public interest journalism. We apparently benefit from a high degree of press freedom. And it is true, relatively speaking, in the same way that you've just been hearing, no journalist has died in New Zealand because of our profession. There are no state-sponsored invasions of reporters' homes or extrajudicial imprisonments. But unfortunately, the World Press Freedom Index is wrong when it says journalists in New Zealand work in an environment free from violence and intimidation, because we don't. Increasingly, there is an insidious threat, and it's not the state that's the problem in our country. It is our fractured society and a growing, I was going to say distrust, but it is much more than that now. It is a growing hatred towards journalists. And that is a hatred born disproportionately by women journalists. And the media sometimes doesn't help itself, it is true, and that happens in our country also. But my brief today is to speak about gendered violence. And so I want to step back briefly to 2013, when my colleagues and I began investigating a man's wrongful conviction, New Zealand's biggest miscarriage of justice at the time, for rape and murder. I work in a small team and I was the only woman. So when an email arrived saying that I was infatuated with the convict, I took note. My male producers and colleagues didn't receive the same email. I found it distasteful, but I put it to one side. 10 years on, if only things were still so quaint. Last year, we investigated societal issues in New Zealand, and we made a documentary called Fire and Fury. It came about because of a protest inspired by the truckers' convoy in Canada. Thousands of freedom movement protesters converged on our capital city, Wellington, and they set up camp in our Parliament grounds. We were familiar with some of the key players, some of the leaders of that movement, and we knew that it wasn't, as they were calling it, a protest of peace and love. It was a recruitment drive, and we watched as ordinary New Zealanders became radicalized and the language became more violent. A key concern uniting them, by the way, was their belief that Agenda 2030 was part of a global elite plot. And so when we started to see some of those leaders use the term ungovernable, that is that they wanted to make the country ungovernable, and others were calling for a military coup, which is not language that you hear in New Zealand, we knew it was something that we needed to be there to start filming. And so we went to Wellington on the day, coincidentally, that the police moved in to end the protest, and it turned into a violent riot, the likes of which our country had never, ever seen in the very seat of our democracy. When we have reported in countries like Afghanistan, we get security training, of course, to keep ourselves safe before we go. But we used that training more in Wellington that day, in our capital city, than we ever have in places like Afghanistan or in the Philippines or in Mexico, where just being a journalist puts a target on your back. We were abused, we were intimidated, we were escorted out of the protest just because we were journalists. This isn't a public place, this is in our parliament grounds. We were moved off the grounds by angry people who just did not want journalists there. And so we found another way in. We went back into the protest on the other side. And once the fires started in our parliament grounds, and once the gas canisters from the tents started exploding, and we found ourselves filming in a no man's land between the advancing riot police on one side and the angry protesters throwing whatever missiles they could find at the police, we knew it was time to leave, because our security training had drilled into us to always have an exit route. The violence and intimidation that we received that day was directed at all journalists, but what came in the wake of that documentary was plainly gendered, because again, out of our small team, I was the only one that received it as the woman. And it was also very clear from the language that this was a gendered attack. Most of it is too offensive to repeat here, but I thought it might be instructive for you to get a somewhat sanitized sense of it. But I apologize nevertheless for the tone of what remains. From Joseph: you are a complete piece of shit. You are lucky we don't meet. If you insert gendered insult for prostitute, the sooner you die, the better. Peter agreed. Even more citizens are aware of how much of a C word you actually are. Eventually your kids will despise you. What a lying piece of shit you are. And Sean simply said, wake up, Paula, we are growing, and you will all burn. That's a very small sample from thousands that arrived just in my email inbox, not to mention what was happening on social media and on Telegram. And when I was informed by a source that one of the subjects of that documentary, Fire and Fury, had my home address, my company put my family and me into hiding while we beefed up the already improved security at my home. This in Aotearoa, New Zealand, where we pride ourselves on press freedom and where we're ranked 13th best in the world. We do report some of these threats to the police. And sometimes a local officer from the police station will ring and say, do you feel safe at the moment? And I usually say, yeah, yeah, right now I do. And that's the end of it. There is never any proper investigation or inquiry into who's making those threats. Those of us who are frequently updating what is known as our police 10 files with those latest with their investigations in the event of our premature deaths. New Zealand, just like so many jurisdictions, is not legislatively equipped to deal with this new violent, threatening world order against journalists. And on the rare occasions that people are charged, it doesn't go as it should in court. One person we investigated for that documentary was arrested in March last year on charges of threatening to kill the then Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern. He also has me and many other journalists on his Nuremberg list of those he says should be brought before a military tribunal for crimes against humanity. He was released on bail, but he failed to turn up for his next court appearance, and he's been on the run from the police ever since. And he keeps on updating that Nuremberg list, so somewhere he's online. And the police just won't tell us, in spite of our Freedom of Information Act requests, what they're doing to try to catch him. Male journalists are abused too, of course, and they're put on those Nuremberg lists. But the research shows that they don't suffer the same degree of abuse and harassment as women journalists do, nor the sexually violent abuse, as always, for women of colour. And it becomes even more concerning for those of us on the receiving end of these threats in light of recent research in New Zealand, which surveyed 2,000 people and found disturbingly that 8% believed threatening to hurt someone is an acceptable way to achieve change. The same survey revealed that 54% of respondents who strongly believe in misinformation have avoided or stopped watching mainstream news and are actively encouraged to not consume mainstream media, although I don't like the term mainstream media anymore because it has been so weaponized in this environment in our country of what they like to call alternative media, which really just actually serves to provide a platform for the further dissemination of many of those threats. The tentacles of this fake news discourse really have reached all the way to the South Pacific, and they're strangling us, let me tell you. And I've come to realize that it's not happening in spite of us being a liberal democracy. It's happening because we are a liberal democracy. It is the same continuum, the same mechanisms through which authoritarianism is rising throughout the world. That is why we're being targeted as journalists. And we know sometimes the sources of the information on which that's based. So what is the result? The result is a chilling effect, obviously. And this is where so many of us as journalists are conflicted, and we struggle because, of course, we don't want to be silenced. And yet every time we put our heads above the parapet, particularly on social media, and no matter how strong your blocking game might be, the attacks begin, and they are vile. They are vile attacks. And so consciously or not, you do reduce your presence. You think and you think again about telling some stories. And it really is driving some journalists from the industry. And when you stop to consider in the context of gendered attacks on journalists, that misogyny is not only or necessarily about hatred towards or of women, it is about control of women, then this is a victory for those who wish to silence us and the stories that we wish to freely tell. Senior figures, even in a country like New Zealand, in the media, senior figures worry about this. Of course, my former boss, a 30-year veteran, wrote in a piece last year that when the ballistic grading of windows in one of our newsroom was discussed at a management meeting, he realized that things had changed. They see these online threats towards us and they see the stress that they engender. And they too worry about whether those threats will transfer to real life. So what do we do about it? Rebuilding trust, obviously, in media is key, not just for our financial survival, which is imperiled, but potentially for our literal survival, being transparent about our processes, advocating in each of our jurisdictions for better legislation to protect us in the face of this increasing violence. And obviously, which has already been referred to today, encouraging media literacy. It needs a whole of society approach because this problem does not just affect us as journalists. It undermines the very foundation of our role in democracies, and we can't fix it alone. I do feel encouraged, though, that while this hate and distrust and gendered and all forms of violence towards journalists is at unprecedented levels, the craft does remain, and it continues to be pursued in our country and throughout the world with excellence. And so I stay in spite of it all because I continue to believe that what we do matters. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Paula. I think it's interesting because the three of us come from three different parts of the world, Greece, United States, and New Zealand. We come from democratic countries, but we came to the same conclusion, all three of us, that we all work for mainstream media. And we came to the same conclusion that there are many subtle forms of trying to control the journalists and trying to control press freedom that are hampering our job in our respective countries. And it's interesting to see this in those three different countries, that the same things are going on. So now I give the floor to Abdulhamid Bilici. He's the former editor-in-chief of Zaman newspaper. Zaman newspaper has been closed down several years ago by President Erdogan. Mr. Bilici, he's an expert on Turkish politics, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tana. So, thanks for the invitation and for the conference and raising this very vital issue of press freedom. My case indeed will be very easy because if I introduce myself only, it will be sufficing to tell how awful the situation when there is no press freedom. So I used to be editor-in-chief of the largest Turkish newspaper, which is not existing anymore. So it's not even a yellow journal. It's not a mouthpiece newspaper. Even our archives are deleted. So I used to be writing in that newspaper columns twice per week. And now I can't find those articles. And this is the smallest part of it because some of my colleagues are still in jail. So I am lucky, although I am in exile for 7 years. And of course, even that doesn't describe the situation because it is not just my newspaper, but 200 media outlets has been shut down in the last 7 years, especially after 2016 coup attempt. So Turkey became once upon a time the biggest jailer of the journalists in the world. And unfortunately, the guy who is responsible from all those, now we are in the same town. So as victim and the oppressor, and I'm sure now maybe he's lecturing the world about peace, justice, and very good values. So I think, I mean, I like to put the relationship between the human rights situation in any country and the press freedom. And it's very, very significant to share that statistics. So Turkey indeed was not that terrible, of course. If those who follow international relations will remember Turkey was a rising star just 10 years ago, not a long distance. It was a model of rising democracy. It was an economic success story in a very volatile, very chaotic world. It's not the case now. So I'll share two statistics to make your conclusions of how is the relationship between press freedom and the rule of law, human rights, or the justice. So Turkey now ranks 165 out of 180 countries in terms of press freedom, according to World Press Freedom Index. 165 out of 180. And in 2014, now I'll share another statistics. This is also very, very significant. Turkey was 59th out of 126 countries. This is a rule of law index, a global index, telling us about the quality of justice in any country. So Turkey was in the mid-level. But now, after 6-7 years, after this destruction of the press freedom, where is Turkey now in that index? So Turkey is now 117th out of 139. So almost 50, 40 countries down in terms of quality of justice, rule of law, and human rights. So, I mean, when I listen to my colleagues' observations about the United States, Greece, and New Zealand, I mean, it's kind of day and night, I think. I mean, it's not comparable, but it's all, I'm also learning that there's always some problems to focus and to talk and to work in progress. Why? Because you know, there's a very important quote from George Orwell, who described what is journalism. So he said, journalism is printing what someone else doesn't want to be printed. Any other thing is public relations. So nothing to do with journalism, which means if journalism is to print something that some people do not like to be printed, it is a default fact that you will be targeted. You will not be liked. So this is a kind of given for a real journalist if we do our job. But the scale of the being targeted, being attacked, being not liked may be different. In my case, my newspaper was shut down. I am in exile. And in some friends' case, they are being killed just because telling things, writing things that some sources of power do not like. So it may be a government, it may be a political leader, it may be a mafia boss, it may be leader of a company or a clan or a tribe, whatever. So it may be different. But I mean, the nature of the journalism has that intrinsic in it. So because you do think that is disturbing some people. So this, of course, there are different levels of, as I said, the threat, damage, and problems. But as I said, there is a strong relationship between the press freedom and the human rights and rule of law. But of course, it's not a one-way street. So if there is press freedom, the journalists will respect rule of law, human rights. This is not the case. So I'll tell you some examples that from my country again, from my previous country, that there was kind of relatively freedom, but media was not using this in some cases, not to support the human rights, but sometimes to destroy it. Just a couple of examples. For instance, one Armenian colleague of mine, who was a journalist, Hrant Dink, who was assassinated by some ultra-nationalist groups, but they have been targeted first by a very mainstream newspaper. So with a silly story, so they put him into target. This was the starting point of him being killed at the end of the process. And there was a very popular singer, who the Turkish audience will know very well, Ahmet Kaya, whose exile process and his death in Paris was started again after him being targeted by media. So there has been some other prominent journalists, some intellectuals, who has been targeted in cooperation between the security agencies of the Turkish state, which this was much before AKP Erdogan, and media. So some, for instance, some terrorist groups, real terrorist groups, were taking their testimonies. So those security agencies, some secret police, some maybe military, fabricated, doctored some prominent journalists' names into those testimonies, and they lost their jobs and they became targets. And of course, these stories were published by those mainstream medias. So, I mean, it is not, if there is media freedom, it doesn't mean that all journalists, all media will use that freedom to support human rights. So it is not given. So for this, in the newspaper that I was the editor, we had some special policies. You know, when you consider Turkey, it is, as many countries, there are different groups, there are minorities, there are groups that are not looked very positively by the official ideology. So what we did, we had some intentional policies to contribute to human rights, not to eliminate it. So one of those attempts was to invite columnists, reporters from different backgrounds to be present in our newsrooms and to write their views in the newspaper. So in Turkey, we have an Armenian minority, a Greek minority, of course, a very big majority of Kurds, but still minority. So we had intellectuals from those groups having their views shared freely in the paper, which was a training and education for us, for all our staff, that those people are here. We need to empathize. We need to understand their situations. And they were writing the problems from their own perspectives. So this was an important attempt to do it so. So other than that, you know, the established media in Turkey, 95% of it was controlled by two families. It is again before AKP and Erdogan. And it was working together with the establishment, the secular, bureaucratic, military understanding that doesn't look much positively to pious people, to Kurdish people, to some minority groups. So that was a big problem. So we said in the newspaper that whenever we see a story that looks like fabricated or fake, we could send a reporter to investigate the truth about it. So first book that we published in the newspaper was collection of those fake stories and their correct versions as a book. So those kind of things. So my newspaper was compared to some established medias in Turkey, was a recent newspaper, a young newspaper. It was established in 1980s, mid-1980s, but we have newspapers having 80 years of history. So we had the trainings of our reporters about the human rights awareness. You know, the human journalists are not angels. So we may have some biases. We have. So we need to have all this education and training to not to make mistakes, or to make mistakes. It's not possible in journalism to be mistake-free, but to at least not to do big mistakes. So with that kind of training and awareness, it helped us very much. So sometimes we do mistakes without being aware of what we are doing. So the journalism and the journalists in general is a kind of a club. You know, here Batya shared how the American media, American journalists are part of a big club. 97% of them supporting Democratic Party, which means a very much homogeneous group. This is the case in many countries. So it's very important to be able to reach out to different people that are living in the same society. So that was a very big problem. And the founders of my newspapers, one of the priorities was to change perspective in the media and to reach out to other people that were neglected before. Not to be populist, but just to give them chance to express themselves. So, for instance, when we, of course, my newspaper's history goes back before Erdogan and AKP. But first, when the newspaper was established, it was attacked by the secular establishment because it was an outside, a new player in the game. And it was a tiny newspaper when it started, but it became largest newspaper in 10, 15 years because we went to people. So we had strong relations, and this was appreciated by the community. So it is, I mean, the case of Zaman, the newspaper, shows that it is possible. Even if you are not happy with the existing media's establishment, you can start something from new, but you need to have good principles. So the newspaper was having those problems. So when AKP was founded, when Erdogan was the leader of that party, and we felt their approach, their perspective very close to ours. They were having some pious backgrounds, but they were open to the world. So they were pushing for Turkey to be European Union member. So they were progressive. They had a conservative background, but they had progressive policies. So we gave full support to this party and to this leader until 2013. So when in 2013 we had this corruption scandal, when we discovered the corruption scandal, so we had to write about that, and that is the beginning of the decline of Turkish democracy and my victimhood and also my colleagues' victimhood. So you can, if you can see the Turkey in 2013 and Turkey in 2023, it's like day and night. So you can check any international statistics about press freedom, about justice, about human development, about the economy, so everything. So my conclusion is that Turkey was becoming a good example of Muslim democracy rising in a very troubled area. But now it is also another example how press freedom and democracy, human rights is very much related. You can't have it with it. You can't have a democracy, human rights without it. So this is a very good example to study and to learn, not to have the same mistakes in other parts of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdul Hamid. Turkey is one of the worst countries to work as a journalist nowadays, and the threats Turkish journalists face are very real, and they face threats to their freedom and their physical integrity. Before we go on to our next speaker, I would like to read two comments from the internet audience. The first one is for Batia. I think it is characteristic of the erosion of the trust of the public to the media. So the comment goes, media has a way of reporting what they want to report as opposed to reporting what is actually going on. Gone are the reporters that had integrity. What we have now are self-serving hacks who are trying to make a name for themselves rather than report fairly. I don't know if you want to answer.
Well, at this table are reporters who I have so much respect for the work that they do and just the struggles they've been through. So I think on this dais at this table, there are people that perhaps you would be able to respect. I will say that there's a lot of talk here as well that kind of tries to come up with conspiratorial reasons for why the media's failures, but I tend to see a lot of people coming from the best of intentions and getting it wrong for much larger systemic class-based issues. I don't like I said, nobody has to tell them like, don't report on this, don't report on that. They think that they're doing the best of their ability. Even the people who I think are like the most dangerous for our democracy, I think they really, most of the time, 90% of the time, they really are trying their best. It's just that they have been misled. And so I disagree a little bit with the comment. I think there are still very good journalists out there trying really hard. I'm very proud of the work we do at Newsweek. We do a lot of what you were doing. We have a daily debate every morning. There's two positions, competing positions on the same idea. But I think that is really what's missing is respect for people you disagree with, which is very hard. I mean, it's very hard, but thank you so much for the comment.
The second comment is for Paula. It says, unfortunately, women are targets in all areas that they work. Unfair treatment of women does not only occur in the media, women are still fighting for equal pay.
I have not much other to say than 100% agree with you. I'm asked to speak as a journalist, not on behalf of all women today, but I 100% agree that this is an issue that applies to women across the board. On the issue, I mean, there are so many issues that we could speak of in terms of lack of equality for women. Equal pay is one of them. I have no argument with the commenter.
And so we go to our next speaker, Cristina Piaia. She's the legal manager for the Protecting Journalists Pro Bono program at the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press. So Piaia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you to this distinguished panel. It's an honor to be here. As a former journalist, now turned lawyer, I have incredible respect for reporting the news and the incredible difficult work. Today, I was asked to speak about the legal harassment that journalists are facing. And I think sometimes we see this on a global scale as something that are attacks against the press. But what I'll talk a little bit about today is how some of these attacks are not being housed in the term of press freedoms, but using different areas of law to target journalists and specifically make it more difficult to do their work. But I do want to take a minute just as an attorney here in the US and working for an organization that supports press freedom here to look at the current landscape of journalists in the US. Similar to the World Press Freedom Index, we have a US press freedom tracker that takes a look at what's happening here on the ground for journalists, both from a legal perspective as well as attacks and assaults and imprisonment against journalists. And since 2017, here in the US, there have been 1,000 assaults, mostly at the hands of law enforcement against journalists in the United States. 2020 and 2021, not surprisingly, were exceptionally bad. 630 journalists in 2020 were assaulted, 145 in 2021. And although the numbers are lower this year, we're continue to remain troubled about the state of press freedom here in the US, which of course boasts to have the First Amendment and some incredible legal protections for press, but as you can tell from those numbers, not by any means free from issues. And of course, just to mention, top of mind are the recent deaths of 2 journalists here in the US. Jeff Gurman, a veteran investigative reporter for the Las Vegas Review-Journal, was killed last September, allegedly by the subject of one of his investigations. A few months after that, Dylan Lyons, a reporter for Spectrum News in Florida, was fatally shot while reporting on the scene. And of course, as we know, journalists should not have to fear reporting this information. They shouldn't have to fear challenging public officials who have been accused or misused their office or betraying the public trust. So it remains crucial to know that these journalists are out there covering these communities and how we have to make sure that communities are informed and that we hold those in power accountable for their actions. And we see this several ways in the US. We have an ability, and a lot of the work that I do is to make sure that we're protecting journalists' access to local records. And so journalists are often thwarted by government officials by obtaining requests for certain government records, and legal protections can help kind of make sure that that critical information is in the hands of journalists as they need it. Turning to more of the legal elements, although again, we have a lot of protections here on the ground in the US, journalists have been confronted with a wide range of legal threats here, including subpoenas and prior restraints. For those who might not be familiar with prior restraint, those are court orders that prevent news organizations or journalists from publishing newsworthy information. So they essentially bar journalists from reporting on matters of public interest. And in 2022, we saw several prior restraint cases here in the US. Thankfully, some of the judicial system is working, and most of those were reversed or dissolved. But again, these orders have a significant chilling effect, and unless they're ultimately blocked, they can stop reporters from reporting on crucial stories. And I do want to take a moment to kind of share what I think is a bright spot in journalism here in the US and also across the globe, which is what's always existed, but I think it might be coming more into the public eye, which is local journalism, community reporting, individuals from their community going to open meetings, making sure that they're covering whether it be a school board hearing or how election funds are being spent in their district or community. I've spent most of this past year working on the ground in several states here in the US, looking at smaller news organizations, sometimes 2 or 3 journalists, reporting on police accountability, local government officials' abuse. And these individuals are doing such crucial work, and they really are sometimes the eyes and ears of the community. And so I do see kind of a bright spot of local journalism happening across the country. Now, whether or not it's out there if you look for it, but whether or not you can find this local journalism, I think is still a lot of the crucial work that we have to do and make sure that we're looking at all aspects of reporting. But in doing some of this work, what I'm seeing from a legal perspective becoming a threat is the actual status of the organization itself. So as you can imagine, many newspapers have shuttered, news organizations have been dissolved, and individuals are starting to find creative models to encourage news and reporting. And one of the ways that they're doing that is by creating nonprofit institutions that still have the journalistic ethics of a news organization, but they're built in to be able to receive grants and individual donations to cover their reporting. And part of this is because just in general to support what's happening on the ground. And what we're seeing from a legal perspective, unfortunately, is when the reporting of these smaller news organizations, which, as I mentioned, are generally a handful of people, they're almost always from the community, born and raised and living in the communities where they're reporting. They're often working potentially in a language that's not English. And individuals are threatening their nonprofit status. So essentially, without their nonprofit status, they wouldn't be able to report the news because they would have no funding. So we've seen threats against that type of status, a new way to threaten reporting. And then turning globally, similar, as I mentioned earlier, I think a lot of times press freedom is, governments have become very clever about talking more about press freedom, perhaps even enacting laws across different countries to help show as if they're on the press's side. But I think what's happened is that the legal rhetoric and ways in which press are being threatened have changed. Governments and leaders have learned to talk very expressively about press freedom and protection of journalists, but oftentimes that's other areas of law, often complex and difficult to navigate areas of law are happening. We've seen this, of course, in like the case of Maria Ressa that faced a barrage of charges from the Philippine government. These charges were a series of criminal and civil cases, including tax evasion, violations of foreign ownership rules, and these areas of law are so complex and so difficult to navigate without expert legal counsel. And they know this. They know that it's difficult to be able to have the funding to do this work. It's difficult to be able, when an individual gets a complaint like this, to be able to even navigate the area of law or how they respond to this request. And thankfully, there is pro bono support for some journalists. But a lot of times these threats aren't related to press freedom laws themselves, but they're criminal cases that involve significant legal action, and also legal action that takes years to evaluate and change. And so as an eternal optimist, I just want to close by ending with potentially a few solutions. I think number one, we have to make sure that individuals, journalists, newsrooms, like across the country and the globe, understand how critical legal support and how legal support needs to be an infrastructure that's funded, and whether that's done by civil society, individuals, or community groups. We need to make sure that journalists that are doing this difficult work are supported from a legal perspective. We need to make sure that they have access to legal assistance at every stage of reporting, investigation. As Paula's really meaningful and intimate portrait of her online abuse, we see this constantly for journalists, and many of them don't know what to do. So we have to increase training about how they can be able to help. But even when that happens, potentially law enforcement officials don't even know what to do, or they don't have the bandwidth, or they just don't bother with doing it. And in that vein, we need to make sure that we're growing the bench of attorneys that are serving journalists, making sure that legal counsel is available to mitigate risks and address these non-press freedom areas of law that often include these criminal and complex areas of law. And yeah, those are some of the solutions that a lot of folks are involved in and moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christina. Legal help for journalists is very important nowadays. I have a comment from the audience. It's for Abdul Hamid. It says, thank you to the reporter from Turkey. Good luck. I don't know if it's by coincidence, but the only positive comment was for the man of our panel. Maybe it's coincidence, maybe it's symptomatic that people tend to argue more or be more aggressive to women. I don't know, we will never find out. I'm just commenting it. So now I will give the floor to Ivy Murugi from Kenya. She is the global youth representative of the World Organization of the Scout Movement.
Thank you so much. It's an honor being able to speak after these incredible panelists. I wanted to be a journalist when I was growing up, and I don't know whether to be relieved that I did not become one, but I love the resilience that you guys have. I represent a movement of 56 million young people from across the globe, and the world's largest youth contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals. And as a young person from the so-called Generation Z, I see endless opportunities in the digital transformation that is happening around the globe. And I recognize the importance of both social and mainstream media as a tool to connect people, to foster dialogues, ignite change, and hold people accountable. The current media landscape is more diverse, and the industry is attracting high levels of investment in capital in both mainstream and digital media platforms. And this is something I love to see as a young person. And I pay tribute to the vocal and fearless men and women in the media who have had to lose their lives in the spirit of uncovering ills and telling stories of change. And I celebrate a million others, some of them in this panel, who have the willingness to continue informing the world and telling personal stories of amazing people from across the globe. I believe that press freedom is an essential pillar to any democracy as it provides the platform for a multiplicity of voices to be heard. At national, regional, and local level, you guys are the public's watchdog, activists, and guardians. You're also educators, you're entertainers, and contemporary chroniclers. I have seen the media thrive and do their best in context of both liberal and authoritarian regimes. I come from Kenya. I hope this goes off record. But as you may be aware that we had general elections very recently, and the media did an amazing job in its reporting, and their coverage did give people the confidence to believe in the final tallies that were given, especially for the very tightly contested presidential seat. But sadly, a few months down, one of the cabinet appointees of the current president made full utterances on one of the media houses in Kenya who have been very brave in uncovering truths and telling stories without fear. In two case scenarios, but I'll speak about one. In one of them, he said, XX Media Group, you must now decide whether you are a newspaper, a broadcasting house, a media house, or a political party. I have said from tomorrow, from today even, any government department that is found placing an advertisement with media group so-and-so should consider itself out of the government. These are some of the media capture and intimidation lawsuits that Ms. Tanya was talking about. But I'm sure, I am more than sure that this is just but one of the many existing situations in so many contexts, with some having it more often than others from the statistics that we had. And the fundamental right to seek and disseminate information through an independent press is under attack, not just in Kenya, the example that I gave, but in so many other contexts. The threats have taken new dimensions as they are publicly defended and even boldly justified by some of these perpetrators. Elected leaders who should be press freedom's staunchest defenders have explicitly tried to silence critical media voices. Despite the robust legislation, media freedoms have been constantly curtailed. Freedom from the press is a right that every entity in society must care about and commit to protecting. Press freedom can rebound from even lengthy states of repression when given the opportunity, and in this regard, there is need for sustained conversations and multi-sectoral approaches to achieve a free press in all contexts. And I hope that the discussions today can be able to spark actionable ways to be able to do this. Governments should not interfere with this freedom or censor media that's critical of state power. We need to safeguard press freedom and promote freedom of expression to ensure and facilitate global democracy, uphold the rule of law and human rights for all. Journalists, please remember that people are more often than not going to take opinions as facts, but you're the remedy to this setting this right. So keep on fighting for the truth and holding those in power accountable. Be the watchdog that sheds light on wrongdoing. By shrinking media space, keep giving accurate, fair, and unbiased information. As Paula said, what you do matters.
Thank you, Ivy. We have a few minutes left, and I invite you to ask any question if you have, or make a comment. Anybody wants to say something or ask a question? Yes, you get the microphone.
Yes.
Chief editor of the Zaman newspaper. It's a more of a personal, emotional question. How does it feel now? And how do you think you can go on from here to, let's say, a better and a safer place to be later on, hopefully?
I mean, you know, when I left Turkey as an exiled journalist, I did drive for Uber for 3 years. And I was telling my story to my passengers, and they were shocked most of the time. Some of them, they were crying and they were not able to understand. You can see it in a movie. but you can imagine the New York Times editor, New York Times shut down and editor is in Canada in exile, something like that. So I was trying to tell them that this is life, you know, when you have a pain in your stomach or in your head or some part of your body, you go to doctor and doctor says, sorry, you have 6 months life. So this is something like that. So this is a kind of political cancer that I faced, and a lot of my colleagues are facing still. Of course, it's not the end of the world. We continue to struggle to be the voice of people still. A lot of my friends are now very active in exile. I have a YouTube program, for instance, with an exiled academic. So it's not just the journalists were persecuted. 7,000 academics were purged in the last 7 years, 7,000. So one of them is living in Canada like me. So we do a program. It's in Turkish now, and we try to share what's happening in the world and in Turkey to reach out to people. So we use social media, but we're not even feeling safe outside the country. So the oppression is so terrible and not understandable. It's a NATO country. It's the founder of the European Council, Turkey, you know. So a lot of my friends has been attacked in Germany, in Sweden, in some other countries. There's exiled colleagues of mine. Their only purpose is to continue telling the truth. So it's not easy, of course. I mean, my whole life toppled down. But I mean, this is one of the resilience and the beauty of the human beings. We adapt to even the worst cases. And so I try to be hope to people that are in a worse situation than me. You know, there are my friends who are in solitary confinement for 7 years. Can you imagine? I am in a very big luxury comparatively. So I try to stand tall and be source of hope for those who are in a worse situation. And please, you do your part. I mean, not just in Turkey, but around the world. Oppression, unfortunately, the rise of authoritarianism is a kind of global trend. I wish we could have time to talk why, but this is another global cancer. Thank you very much.
I see a hand raised over there, so will you please get the microphone?
Hello, I am Manashwini. I came from India. How can I achieve gender equality? Can you prefer anything to me?
Gender equality. That's a tough question. I don't know if we can achieve gender equality with easily. It's something that evades us, even in the best and even in the most progressive societies. Women get paid less, they participate less in politics, they participate less in the public sphere. One of the answers is that youth, young people have the power to change things.
You are going to face things that none of us will have to, and none of us had to. So you're going to come back here and teach us how to do it, because the challenges that you're facing are greater than anything I ever did. So you'll come back here in 10 years and you'll teach me, okay?
I like that answer. It brings to mind my 89-year-old mother who's been fighting since the 1960s and 70s for gender pay equity. And it depresses me that you have to ask at your age what you can do to achieve gender equality when women have been fighting for so many decades to achieve it. I think we heard from the previous panel that data is one of the most important ways through which we can wage this battle for equality, because we need to know the statistics in order to know where the inequities are. But I would encourage you to find optimism where you can. And I too look forward to the lessons that you'll be able to teach us in a few years' time, and good luck.
Yeah, I did a little when I had chance, my part to help gender equality. When I was the CEO of the media group that has a news agency, several newspapers and TV channels, etc., I picked a female journalist to be editor-in-chief of one of my newspapers. So this was the first time that a lady, a female, became the editor-in-chief in Turkey. So whenever we have chance, we need to do our best to solve the problem. And Journalists and Writers Foundation, meanwhile, is doing their best by putting me just one male among 5 females, which is a good attempt. Thank you.
There's no one way to answer the question, to be honest. But as a young person and a scout, what I will tell you to do is, in scouting, we have something called being thrifty. So look at what resources you have to be able to make the small change that you can around you. Look at the issues that are contributing to this gender inequality. Is it issues to do with sexual reproductive health and rights? Identify that and see what resources you have, who you can be able to bring on board to be able to effect that change, however small. Don't look at the bigger picture of changing the whole world. Start from wherever it is that you are, and let the external stakeholders do what they can if they want to come on board. Join movements that are contributing to this kind of a thing. I'm not telling you to be a scout, but be part of people that want to make that specific change. Start small. That's what I would say. Yeah.
Hi, I have a question for Batya. So I really appreciated how your talk kind of showed how freedom of the press is an issue that goes beyond political divides, and how whether you're on the left or you're on the right, this is an issue that we should all care about. So my question for you is, like, how do we unite the right and the left to see that freedom of press is something that we all need to protect? Because if it's not protected on one side, it can't protect any of us.
Thank you so much for the question. The good news is that the division and divisiveness in this country is like completely localized at the top. So I just spent the year traveling the country, interviewing working class people for my next book. And I could tell you, like, the working class of this country is like 75% of this country, they are not politically polarized. They're not divided. They want a press that respects them. They want a press that doesn't erase their values, which unfortunately is something that happens a lot. But they don't hate the press. They don't hate people who vote for different parties. They're very post-partisan. The polarization is all totally concentrated in the elites because the elites benefit from it. So the media elites and the political elites get power from convincing people to hate the other side, right? It's like tales old as time, right? I like to tell people, which is true, that every time you get angry at a stranger on the internet, someone just made $1 million in Silicon Valley. Like, they literally created apps to make us hate strangers. Like, it's not natural to hate a stranger at that level. And so the good news is that polarization, that extremity of emotion over politics is a totally elite phenomenon. The bad news is it's an elite phenomenon and the elites control a lot of what's going on. So I would say, like, the way we fight that is just like respect your fellow man. It's like the most basic thing. Do the thing that reduces your own power. I mean, that's basically the end of it, is like that instinct you have to sort of like get that power by making people hate somebody else. Like, just say, you know what, I'm going to respect this person enough to just say, here's what I found, and you do with that what you will. And I think so. It's sort of, the problem is a lot less entrenched, but also is something that every single one of us can do every single day.
Thank you all. Thanks to our distinguished panelists and to the audience. We have to wrap it up. Unfortunately, what we learned is that Journalists are tough, resilient people, but still they cannot solve all the problems of the world. And we face challenges, very different ones, some more serious than others. But we try to keep it up, to keep up the good work. We try to do our best. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for a fantastic discussion. Panel discussion 3 will start in a couple minutes as we change the panelists' desk. Thank you so much. appreciate if our guests outside can take their seats too.
Testing.
Welcome back. Now moving on with our last panel discussion of the day, I really want to share my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to our online audience at Zoom and YouTube from many different countries, over 20 countries by now. We have been receiving online engagements, wonderful questions, comments, which just like the prior sessions, I will get it to our moderators' attention. So increasing levels of systemic state-led human rights violations is not just a symptom of autocracies, but it also creates an environment for oppression to flourish on a global scale through transnational crimes. And without an exception, violations against human rights defenders, either at home or abroad, comes at a greater long-term cost. We need concrete and decisive actions to uphold rule of law and democracies, to stand in solidarity with communities subjected to various forms of atrocity crimes, whether such violations happen thousands of miles away or just in our own backyard. Because we know that when the light dims out in one country, it surely affects us all. And this, in fact, this reality defines transnational repression, authoritarian regimes utilizing the connection and globalization that we have, committing atrocity crimes against citizens abroad, even there are some times that they comparatively live in more democratic states. And now at this session, we will be hearing from notable human rights advocates, opinion leaders, lawyers, academics, on the threat of rising trends of populism for sustainable peace and security, importance of keeping a light on the political prisoners, and strengthening the rule of law to combat rise of authoritarianism. And now I'm overjoyed to announce that we have Melissa Mehtani as our moderator for this session, an award-winning journalist. She produces contents across all platforms since 2012. Mehtani has interviewed change makers across the globe, and she continues to write breaking news stories and feature articles at various media platforms. Melissa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. First, I'd just like to thank the Journalists and Writers Foundation for convening us all here. I mean, these topics are really important. As Gemma said, my name is Melissa Mehtani. I am an international affairs journalist, and it's really a pleasure to be here. We're going to be discussing widening the gap between the erosion of democracy and the rise of autocracy. And for anyone who was here at the end of the second panel, you heard them just touching on that. And I think it's because every day, regardless of where you live, it's becoming more apparent that freedom cannot be taken for granted. The idea of democracy is quite literally rule by the people. That's us. You know, it's supposed to be a population who gets to decide what decisions are made through an elected representative government. But democracy can only really exist when there are free and fair, transparent elections, accountability, a pluralistic system of political parties, freedom of expression, an independent judiciary, and respect for human rights. So these democratic values, they're very easy to say. They don't vanish just in an instance. But, you know, as we just heard even last week from the Israeli Supreme Court Justice, he said, quote, democracy dies in a series of small steps, end quote. So these steps, what are they? They're like steps of stifling opposition candidates, silencing the media, laws that make it harder for certain types of people to vote, or blatant rigging of voting machines. So again, those things sound like they would be easy to see, right? You know, they sound big, but when a population can't distinguish between what is true or false due to disinformation campaigns, technology that is manipulated, or a justice system that is very slowly weaponized, how can one see the line where democracy ends and autocracy begins? So that is what we're witnessing in many countries around the world right now, a slow eradication of democratic values. And this is in countries once cherished as stalwarts of freedom, like here in the United States, but others that were also seen as democratic once upon a time, like South Africa, India, Israel. And even in countries that are known autocracies like China, Venezuela, and Russia, we're seeing their leaders take more ruthless action and, more worryingly, work more closely together to build and strengthen global undemocratic factions that make it harder for the rest to break through. So we're going to hear from some speakers today from Afghanistan, Nicaragua, Brazil, Belgium, and America about some of the warning signs that should give us all pause for thought. But equally, we're here today to think about solutions. And, you know, we're not sitting here talking about some planet in outer space. This is our world. And for those of us who do live and work in democracies, what can we do to strengthen them? And how can we shine a light on the injustices that we see in other countries? I really want everyone in here to think about the power that we do have, power to shape the communities in the world that we want to live in, and more importantly, the kind of world that we want to leave to future generations. As Nelson Mandela once said, quote, "Freedom can never be taken for granted. Each generation must safeguard it and extend it," end quote. So it's up to each and every one of us to do our part to make sure that freedom and democracy are rights that we enjoy, we strengthen, and we sustain. So I urge you, as you hear from our speakers today, to really think about the role that you can play, both individually and collectively, to strengthen democracy around the world. With that, I'd like to invite the Permanent Mission of Afghanistan to the UN, Mr. Nasir Fak, to give us his remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa, and good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the Journalists and Writers Foundation and its global partners, and John Jay College. The John Jay College of Criminal Justice for convening us today. It's a very important subject, and it really deserves to be discussed in detail in a very timely time that we are discussing, or the General Assembly is, the world leaders are here to discuss global issues. Distinguished guests, panelists, and honorable members of JWF, an esteemed faculty of students of John Jay College, and respected delegates and participants who are joining us online. Today, I stand before you to address a pressing global concern that has come to the forefront of our collective consciousness in recent times. Drawing from recent words of the Secretary General of the United Nations, around the globe, old tensions fester while new risks emerge. Our discussion today, focusing on the widening gap between the erosion of democracy and the rise of autocracy, is situated within this very global canvas of mounting crisis. Across Africa, a continent with rich history and vibrant culture, we have observed unsettling political upheavals. The series of coups in nations like Niger, Mali, Chad, Burkina Faso, and Gabon signify a deeper regional struggle for democracy. As the Secretary General pointed out, the Sahel faces its share of disturbances with a series of coups, further destabilizing the region as terrorism gains ground. I would like to focus on my country, Afghanistan. I'm sure you are well aware that nearly 20 years after being ousted from the power, the Taliban took over control of Afghanistan in August 2021. It has now been a little of 2 years, and there isn't the slightest ray of hope for a positive future for the 28 million people that are in dire need of humanitarian assistance. Among them are millions of Afghan refugees, disabled people, youth, and most importantly, women and girls. Speaking at this panel is very fitting for me, as the events that unfolded in Afghanistan serve as a stark reminder of the complex interplay between democracy and autocracy. I, along with the international community, have had to witness the slow yet appalling erosion of democracy in my beloved country. Under the Taliban rule, autocracy has been on a rapid rise, with them continuing to consolidate their power and authority through acts that intimidate, repress, restrict, and isolate the people of Afghanistan. They have returned to the draconian policies of 1990s by ethnic cleansing, forced evictions, among a lot more. The fall of Afghanistan to the Taliban raises pertinent questions about the fragility of democracies in the face of determined autocratic forces. Furthermore, it also highlights the vulnerability of democracies when confronted with extremism, corruption, and internal divisions. Our primary anguish lies with their treatment of women. Nearly 2 decades after women regained their rights, women and girls in Afghanistan have been again banned from receiving a quality education, from entering amusement parks, gyms, and sports clubs. Women have been banned from working in NGO offices. They quite literally have been wholly excluded from public offices and the judiciary. Today, Afghanistan's women and girls faced with a gender apartheid and gender persecution. They are required to adhere to a strict dress code and are not permitted to travel without a male guardian. The Taliban is systematically violating the rights of women and young girls while regressing with time and resorting to using cruel and inhuman practices. The rise of autocracies in the world, often under the guise of stability and security, poses a formidable challenge to the global order based on democratic values. Autocrats driven by personal interests and unchecked power disregard the rights and aspirations of their citizens. As per an Amnesty International report, the Taliban have directed collective punishment, particularly upon communities where the Taliban have established and deployed their forces. They have retaliated against former security and defense forces and targeted the civilian population to force submission and compliance, especially those suspected of being associated with former government. The list of war crimes and violations of international humanitarian law committed by the Taliban is long, and I don't want to calculate all of them or mention all of them. As we reflect on Afghanistan crisis, it's important to draw lessons that can guide us in addressing the widening gap between the erosion of democracies and rise of autocracies. First and foremost, it is crucial to recognize the nation-building efforts cannot be imposed from the outside. We recognize that bringing peace to our country is a responsibility that primarily belongs to us, the people of Afghanistan. Genuine democracy must emerge from within, rooted in cultural, historical, and social context of a nation. External interventions can support this process, but cannot substitute for it. Over the past 2 years, Afghans from all walks of life and age groups inside and outside Afghanistan are tirelessly working and raising their voices in defense and national values. In the past year, civil society women and youth groups and political parties have mobilized and began organized political activity, while various groups present diverse views for a solution. The main objective is to converge under a national agenda that is based on the national unity. Moreover, we must acknowledge that the global community has a responsibility to promote and protect democratic values. The international community must stand united and its commitment to defend democracy, human rights, and the rules of law, not just when it is convenient, but especially when these principles are under threat. The lessons learned from Afghanistan should lead to a more nuanced and thoughtful approach to promoting democracy worldwide. The erosion of democracy is a cause for serious concern. However, it is vital that we do not lose hope. It is though our collective commitment to democratic values and our ability to adapt the rise of autocracies. The world's future depends on our ability to strike this balance and uphold the principles that ensure justice, freedom, and dignity for all. In this context, the challenges in Afghanistan, as well as in the African nations mentioned, serves as a stark reminder that our global commitment to democracy, peace, stability remains paramount. We must not only discuss, but also act, ensuring that democratic values persist and thrive. I urge all countries to step up and to fund fully the global humanitarian appeal, were the Secretary General's closing remarks yesterday. Let that resonate with us as we transition from dialogue to tangible action, ensuring that the spirit of democracy and the hope for a just world prevails across all nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, we can all agree that the situation in Afghanistan is devastating, especially for women and girls. And I am really interested to learn more about some of the nuances and thoughtful approach you said that we should be taking, the lessons that we can learn. But I'm going to save my questions for the end. I want everyone to know that I am keeping an eye on my phone, not checking Instagram. I'm actually looking at the questions and comments that you're sending in. So please continue to do that if you are watching wherever you are remotely. I really want to thank you. That was really interesting. And I would like to hear from everyone here, and then we'll take questions and have a discussion. So I would ask everyone to keep their remarks short or as concise as possible. So it is my pleasure now to welcome a good friend of mine, the human rights defender Berta Valle, who even came despite having dislocated her shoulder. Berta is from Nicaragua, and she's going to talk about keeping a spotlight on human rights defenders in distress and advocating for the release of political prisoners.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Good morning, everyone. For those who are online, thank you very much for connecting today. I'm honored to be here. And I also want to thank the Journalists and Writers Foundation for inviting me to this panel. I stand before you today as a human rights defender from Nicaragua, as a woman, as a wife of a former political prisoner, as a mother, but also as someone who has dedicated over 20 years to working alongside journalists and media outlets in Nicaragua. Over the course of my career, I have had the privilege of hosting television shows and serving as a general manager for a prominent television channel in Nicaragua. However, the most impactful chapter of my journey has been my involvement with Voces en Libertad, Voices in Freedom, over the last 5 years. Voces en Libertad was founded by a group of journalists in exile aimed at supporting those who were fleeing persecution under Daniel Ortega's regime. I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to share light on a matter that is often overlooked: the personal sacrifices made by human rights defenders who currently stand on the front lines to protect our liberties, rights, and democracy in the face of an increasing authoritarianism around the world. And I want to be very clear that journalists are also human rights defenders. Even though they might not always be recognized as such, today, the contribution of journalists are more important than ever. Nicaragua is rapidly turning into a totalitarian regime, bringing with it death, destruction, and poverty. This authoritarian decline, which gained momentum in 2018 with a massive protest in the country, seeks to eliminate any space where democracy could survive, both in public or private spheres. Similar to North Korea and Cuba, this model has taken the lives of over 355 citizens, injured thousands, and forced hundreds of thousands into exile. Currently, we calculate there are 10% of our population that have come into exile because of the situation and violations of human rights in Nicaragua. In February of this year, the regime stripped the nationality from another 100 people, and this has also affected me. So currently, I am stateless. Additionally, more than 1,200 people have been imprisoned and tortured for political reasons. My husband, Felix Maradiaga, was arrested by the Ortega's regime in June 2021. Although many political prisoners were released in February this year, including Felix and more than 200 others that were expelled to the United States, it is essential to remember that there are still more than 80 political prisoners in Nicaraguan's jails, including Bishop Monsignor Rolando Alvarez, who was sentenced to 26 years in prison. Despite the tremendous effort of the global community, Daniel Ortega and Rosario Murillo continue to commit severe human rights violations and crimes against humanity that surpass even those experienced during the civil conflicts of our recent story. This is a painful reality to witness, and urgent action is necessary to bring an end to these autocracies. The Ortega's regime has engaged in extrajudicial killings, torture, arbitrary detentions, and all manner of violation of our civil and political rights. Especially severe has been the regime's attack on the Catholic Church, including by closing the private universities like Jesuit Order Central American University, the most important university in our country, and other arresting of priests for their sermons, and depriving over 1 million Nicaraguans of the philanthropic and humanitarian service offered by more than 3,000 civic organizations that have been closed in our country. In the last 16 months, over 20 private universities have been closed, and media outlets face censorships. Anyone can be jailed or exiled or being forced to exile for publishing a tweet or making any public or even private denunciation of on social media, or even in family conversations. The totalitarian model has taken a further step, as the confiscation of properties from individuals, businessmen, and private parties have become common throughout the country. Any attempt to protest can be met with death, exile, or imprisonment. Nicaragua is it's right now at a turning point. With the right international intervention, the regime could be pressured to make changes and avoid an economic collapse. However, the plight of the Nicaraguans largely goes unnoticed, especially by international agencies and developing banks that continue to fuel the government's totalitarian state agenda and projects. My country is grappling with a severe human rights crisis right now, but I'm not here just to speak about the specific challenges we face in Nicaragua. I want to share a light on the global issue that threatens the very essence of democracy and human rights worldwide. An aspect of great concern that is not discussed enough in the enormous dangers faced by human rights defenders who are on the front lines on denouncing authoritarian regimes. Never in recent history has been a human rights defender has been such a dangerous profession. International treaties that uphold and protect the role of human rights defender are increasingly being ignored. And these defenders often become the primary targets of totalitarian regimes. Therefore, the decision to take on challenging the role of a human rights defender is an exceedingly difficult one. Many defenders are forced into exile, leaving a significant portion of the population defenseless. The same reality applies to the role of journalists working in dangerous areas or where all civic spaces are closed. For instance, in Nicaragua, journalists like Victor Ticay from Channel 10 is imprisoned for covering the religious event in the public space, and he has been sentenced to 8 years in prison. Even religious figures are being arrested for speaking from the pulpit. That is the case of Monsignor Rolando Alvarez and Father Jaime Montesinos, who are among the 6 priests in prisons right now in Nicaragua. One aspect that I want to emphasize today is a critical role of keeping a spotlight on human rights defenders in distress. These brave individuals risk their lives daily to stand up for justice, democracy, and the rights of their fellow citizens. They are the guardians of human dignity and the last lines of defense against the erosion of our most fundamental rights. In Nicaragua, as in other autocratic regimes, arbitrary detentions and the persecution of human rights defenders have become distinguishingly a commonplace. While speaking out against my husband's imprisonment, the regime labeled me as a traitor of the homeland. It is not just about silencing dissent, it's about dismantling the very institution and values that underpin democracy and human rights. But Nicaragua is not an isolated case. Similar stories are emerging from every corner of the world, from Venezuela to Belarus, from Myanmar to Russia. The rise of authoritarian regimes and their united front poses a grave threat to global peace. When dictators collaborate and support each other, they not only perpetrate suffering within their own countries, but also export their tactics, undermining the foundation of democracy and human rights everywhere. The world cannot afford to ignore this trend. Allowing one dictator to abuse the rights of his citizens with impunity shows other dictators around the world that they can do the same too. We as human rights defenders and advocates must work together to ensure that the world does not turn a blind eye to the plight of those who stand for freedom and justice. We must amplify the voices of those in distress and hold autocratic regimes accountable for their actions. It is our collaborative responsibility to keep the spotlight on human rights defenders in peril, for they are the beacon of hope in these troubled times. By sharing a light on these struggles, we do not only empower them, but also send a clear message to autocrats that the world is watching, that their action will not go unnoticed or unchallenged. We must leverage our collective strength to pressure governments, institutions, and international bodies to take and stand for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. In conclusion, the widening gap between the erosion of democracies and the rise of autocracies is a global crisis that demands a united response. We must recognize that the dramatic increase in transnational crimes is not confined to the border of any nation. It strengthens the peace and prosperity of the entire world. By keeping a spotlight on human rights defenders in distress, we can raise awareness, build solidarity, and take concrete action to protect the values we hold dear. We know we are strongest when we stand together to confront the obstacles we face. Let us remember that the struggle for human rights is not confined by borders or political ideologies. It is a shared responsibility, a universal cause that unites us all. Together, we can be a powerful force for change, working tirelessly to ensure that democracy, freedom, and human rights prevail over autocracy and oppression. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Berta. And my heart really goes out to you. I can't imagine what it must feel like to be stateless. You know, even living in exile is one thing, but to then not, you belong with us. But my heart goes out to you. And I know that our audience agrees. We had a comment that came in. We had a couple, but one from Krishna Somana, who said, as a human rights activist myself, I'm horrified to hear about the extent to which human rights are violated in Nicaragua, and express my warmest sympathy for Mrs. Valle and for other people in Nicaragua who are being persecuted in such a manner. So thank you for your comment. We do have some others, but like I said, I'd like to get through everyone. So thank you again, Berta. So next, to talk about the rising trends of populism and the threats that populism poses to global peace and security, we're going to hear from Guilherme Casaures. Probably didn't pronounce that right, but Professor of Political Sciences and International Relations from Brazil.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the Journalists and Writers Foundation and the Brazilian Institute for Intercultural Dialogue, who has brought me to the session here in New York. It's my second time here, and I'm thrilled to be here again. I'm going to divide my talk in 4 parts. The first 2 parts are going to address populism more broadly as a concept, and then in parts 3 and 4, I'm going to address my specific topic more specifically, which is populism as a threat to global peace and security. In the first part, I think it's convenient to discuss what populism is and what populism is not. I'm drawing here on the very well-known works of Professors Kaz Moody and Benjamin Moffat, who have struggled over the last few years to define populism. And even though there's still an ongoing debate on the nature of populism, whether, for example, it is an ideology or a political strategy, I'd say that its features, its core fundamental features are well known. And they are 3. First of all, populists, they divide societies in very binary terms, generally between the true people versus the corrupt elite, or in some cases, pure good versus pure evil. By doing so, populists advance a view of politics as war, in which the other, such as activists, for example, must be defeated or even eliminated. The second feature of populism is that populists despise technocrats and democratic institutions at large. They want to tap into the common sense of the average person. They despise members of the political realm who have not been elected, for example. And they very often do so by resorting to bad manners, and most importantly, by offering simplistic solutions to complex problems, from violent crime to health emergencies such as the COVID-19 pandemic. If you have a look, for example, at the countries with the worst records of COVID-19 related deaths over the last 3 years, I'd say all those countries are currently or have been ruled by populists altogether. The third feature of populism is that populists thrive on chaos and insecurity. They feed from people's anxieties, grievances, resentment, and fear. And they're able to transform it into an unstoppable political force based on hate. Now, I think it's also convenient to underline what populists are not, or not necessarily. People usually have a very bad view of populists because, after all, they have swept across the world in recent years. But I might add that populists, number one, are not necessarily authoritarian, although they might easily slip into authoritarianism as they don't like political institutions to hold them back. And they also advance the idea of a homogeneous society that most times leaves no room for the pluralism of civil society. The second reason, or the second element of populism, which is not necessarily true for all cases, is that populists are not necessarily serial liars. Although they often feel tempted to construct ambitious narratives about the people and, of course, about themselves through disinformation tools, from straight up fake news to sophisticated algorithms, from rewriting history to banning or even burning books. 3, populists are not always right-wing, although they tend to favor socially conservative agendas based on race, ethnicity, and or religion. Even left-wing populists, despite embracing revolutionary motifs and progressive causes, they tend to overlook activists to tap into this very homogeneous and very often authoritarian idea of the people. Now, let me move on to the specific impacts of populism on the world and how populists organize their own foreign policies. So I have 2 questions here that I want to answer. The first one is, what does a populist foreign policy look like? And second, how does it threaten global peace and security? And that's the topic that I was assigned to talk about. Here I'm drawing upon the work of Sandra Destrati and Johannes Plageman, who've written this beautiful piece on India's populist foreign policy, but they extract a few general hypotheses about India that might apply to some other countries. First of all, in terms of what a populist foreign policy would look like, populists, they threaten global security because they are suspicious of and often hostile to global governance mechanisms and multilateral treaties that have been critical to world peace over the last 50 or 60 years. They usually see global governance as a major conspiracy against their own peoples. Number 2, populists threaten global security because they prefer bilateral over multilateral relations, leading to complicity towards great power conflicts, or even to unilateral violence in case of great powers ruled by a populist. Number 3, populists are a threat to global security and further to democracy and political stability, not just at home, but also abroad, as they frequently expand their understanding of the people to diaspora or religious communities across the world. And they very often weaponize them to the populist's own political interests. Number 4, populists threaten global security because they are not bound by traditional foreign policy institutions or diplomatic rituals that often prevent disruptive events from taking place. Number 5, populists threaten global security and stability because they are able to permanently mobilize their people against democracy, fundamental rights, and basic freedoms. Now, as a concluding remark, I'd like to shed light on how populism affects the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. This is what this conference is about, after all. My country's president, Brazilian President Lula da Silva, he spoke yesterday at the United Nations. And in his speech, he underlined 2 very important things, in my opinion. The first thing that he said in the middle of his remarks was that the SDGs are the UN's most ambitious initiative, but it may become the United Nations' most shameful failure if countries do not cooperate wholeheartedly and urgently. Another thing that he said in his speech is that, and I totally agree with that, most political problems in the world today, brutal conflicts, democratic breakdowns, and the rise of extremism, share the common root of poverty and inequality. And even though populists are not necessarily against ending poverty and hunger, which are goals 1 and 2, they will only commit to cooperation if there's no one else to blame. It's very easy for populists to turn a blind eye to problems at home and say it's the imperialism is to blame or something, globalism is to blame or things like that. Populists, moreover, are certainly not committed to quality education, which is goal number 4, and gender equality, which is goal number 5, as they feel the state should only serve those who share their values. Populists do not seem to care either about clean energy, which is goal number 7, and climate change, which is goal number 13, often reducing those concerns to mere conspiracies advanced by transnational elites, which include scientists, activists, and liberal, sometimes called communist politicians, who disregard their people's true needs. Having said all that, it comes as no surprise that populists are not willing to embrace goal number 16, which is peace, justice, and strong institutions. But to end my talk on a positive note, I'm confident that populists uncommitted to global peace and security may lose momentum. It requires solid institutions, brave activists, and increased cooperation. And I'm pretty confident that an important step is being taken right here and right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually have, Guilherme, I have a question for you, but I'm going to save it because I'm interested to see if potentially Johan Heymans will answer it, because he is going to be speaking on how we can combat the rise of populist and authoritarian leaders. So I will hold fire on my question, but I do want to give a shout out to our online audience, because I can see that we have just passed over 1,000 participants from over 20 countries. So that's great. Hello to everybody who's joining us. Please send us your questions. We still have 2 more great people to hear from. But Johan, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm also very honored and happy to be here and to be able to share some thoughts. I'm an international human rights lawyer, together with my team of 35 people. We work on different human rights problems in the world, going from Iran to the situation of the Uyghur people. And also, sadly enough, we have worked a lot on Turkey the last 7 years. And it is in light of these experiences that I want to make some reflections that I want to share with you, particularly in regards or with regards to the 16th Sustainable Development Goal. You just mentioned it, the need for more peace, more justice, and also stronger institutions. Because we see that in today's world, the rule of law is under threat. It's under pressure. And there is one specific tendency that I want to highlight that is really close to my heart, and it's a tendency that concerns abductions. I've been a rapporteur to the Turkey Tribunal and Opinions Tribunal. I will tell a little bit more about it later, and really delved deep into that specific topic. And it's a tendency that we see increasing in the world today. On the one hand, we have domestic abductions, which have existed for a really long time, but are really increasing in frequency. And we have one first-hand victim sitting here, sadly also enough, on the panel. But these techniques are used to eliminate political opponents in most cases, or in any event, critical voices towards the regime. But there's also some other tendency that is in a way newer, but it's increasing very, very rapidly, and that concerns international abductions, where countries do not limit themselves to their own boundaries, but they go abroad to eliminate the people who were thinking that they were safe, who were thinking that they could construct a new life and suddenly they are captured and illegally brought back to their home countries where they were tortured and so on. And so we see that tendency arising. If I take the example of Turkey, in the last 7 years, Turkey has abducted from other countries, in total 23 other countries, critical voices, people who they consider to be opponents of the regime. So if you think about it, that's like 1/9 of the countries of the world have been working together with Turkey to eliminate critical voices that in fact they have nothing to do with, but because it concerns a purely Turkish affair. And the second worrying aspect of that tendency is that countries like Turkey are not limited by the fact that these people enjoy protection of the United Nations. They're not limited by the fact that these people have double nationalities. They are not even limited by the fact that these people have not lived in the respective countries for many, many years and are doing something completely different in another country. And that tendency is very worrying because it is normalizing something that is an international crime. Countries are working together. They are sharing the same practices, finding strength with each other to normalize something that should not be normal. And if you think about that dangerous tendency, it also affects, and that comes to the topic of this discussion, democracy, because it forces different countries by working and collaborating on these practices towards a more authoritarian regime, a more authoritarian way of working and thinking. And so if you think about what we can do about it, how we can solve that issue, there's different actors that can and should intervene. And one of these actors is, of course, civil society. I've seen it in the past. If they're quick to react and they intervene immediately after someone has been abducted, they mobilize the international community. Sometimes you can stop the abduction and people are released again. You also have human rights defenders who, when people disappear, they start litigating in the host state, for instance, or in the country where the person has been abducted, to challenge the judges to release the person, to help them to find the person. And we have also seen that happen in different countries, notably in countries that were working together with Turkey. But then if a person disappears, that means that they end up in these secret detention facilities where they are tortured and abused. Then it's also important to really take action. And human rights defenders, they do that by filing, for instance, complaints to the United Nations Human Rights Committee that then renders provisional measures and then impose pressure on the different countries to release the people, or at least make them resurface in the normal official judiciary system. And then eventually, if the people resurface, most often that happens after a few weeks, but more often it's a few months, few years, and sometimes they never resurface again. It is important to get these people released as quickly as possible because they are pressurized in not talking about what they suffered, about not sharing the torture experiences that they have gone through. And so it's only when they are out that they can fully speak up and let us know what happened to them. But these categories of people will be more familiar to you. You will probably have thought about these categories yourself. But there is one category of people that we tend to forget, and they're really, really important. And these are judges. Because judges have a huge responsibility in stopping these international crimes. Because of the fact that if in a democracy, you see that there's a shift towards an authoritarian regime, a strong institutional and judicial framework can stop this democracy of being lost. And we see often that when there is this strong judicial backbone, democracy, even if it will be harmed, manages to survive for a number of years. But it is at the moment that the judicial backbone gives up that democracy disappears at a lightning speed. And so it is really important to also focus on the judges. And if I take the example again of Turkey, the last number of years, thousands and thousands of people who have been convicted to long, long sentences. We have spoken about it, 8 years, but sometimes way longer, to very long sentences on the basis of empty case files. If you open it, there's nothing in there. And if there is something in the case files, it's evidence that a first-year law student would see that it's not credible at all, but still these judges, they convict the people and put them in prison. And I do not want to completely destroy the very honorable profession of being a judge, because it's a very important profession. And I know it's not easy what they have to do, but because I've also seen lots of cases where judges were arrested in their courtrooms. I have one case that comes to my mind where a judge took a decision which was not in favor of the government policy. He was arrested in his courtroom, replaced by another who did the same thing because of the fact there was nothing in the case file. So they said this person should be released. He was also arrested. And then the third one who came in, he saw his two colleagues being escorted to jail, and he came to a different conclusion. But I know that it's not easy, but if you take on that responsibility, you have to make a choice. Either you do it properly or you don't do it at all. And so it's really important, I think, to on the one hand, support the judges who try to do a wonderful job in very hard circumstances, but on the other hand, also to send out a wake-up call to show them that there are consequences for covering up these international crimes. And just to give you some examples, what we have tried to do, because it's a very complicated thing if you look at it from a distance, we, for instance, created a Turkey tribunal where we gathered, it's an opinions tribunal with not legally binding powers, but we brought together judges from all over the world, from all continents, people with lots of experience, and we presented to them 5 topics of serious human rights violations in Turkey. They looked at it independently, and they came to a conclusion that crimes against humanity are being committed in Turkey. And notably, they dedicated a lot of attention to the judges who are assisting, covering up these crimes, or not investigating the crimes that are being committed, for instance, in Turkey. Consequently, we also filed a complaint to the International Criminal Court in this context, because it was remarkable. The Turkey tribunal was followed by 2 million people. And the most feedback that we got, reactions from the audience, came from judges who were asking, will there be consequences for me? Will I be held accountable because I'm functioning in this defunct system? And so for us, it showed that what the work that we were trying to do, that it had an impact, that it could change something. And so that was also the reason why we filed the complaint before the International Criminal Court, not only against the politicians, the secret services, the police officers who are participating in these crimes, but also against the judges covering up everything that the other actors in this context have been doing. We're also working a lot around universal jurisdiction. It's a little bit comparable to sanctions in other countries like Russia. It all sounds or feels for them like there will be no consequences. But then if they want to travel abroad for a holiday, or their children study in some place and they want to go to visit them, the risk that then they might be arrested for the crimes, the complicity in the crimes that they have been helping to commit, well, that sometimes helps to change the mindset of the people. And this is the last thought that I want to share with you. It's not that I have the pretension to say that that suddenly will change the entire system, and that because of these things, the rule of law in Turkey, but also in other countries, will reappear. But I think it's important to know that every single one of us has skills, is good in something, and that everybody, if we unite and we keep on fighting for these things, that with these very small efforts combined and consistently, we can make great social impact and change. And I think that's an important thing to remember for all of us, that we should try to think like, what can we do? How can we help to make a difference? And often when you look at these big questions, you have the feeling that it's overwhelming and that it's too complicated for you as a small individual to do something. But every single one of us can do something to change these situations. I've spoken a lot about Turkey, but also in the many other countries that are fighting against these same human rights issues. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Johan. I agree. Everybody, as I said, has the power. You're absolutely right. And thank you for all the work that you're doing. So our final speaker of today, before we take your questions. Sure. Get ready for a presentation.
Yes, I have a PowerPoint presentation.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So Dr. Fatih Demiroz from the European Center for Populism Studies.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for being here in the last session, the last presentation of the last session. I know it's the end of the day. It's the end of the day and everybody's tired. So I'll try to keep this as quick as possible and also as engaging as possible. And in my presentation, I will talk about the relationship between populist leaders and public administration. And a brief introduction about myself. I'm representing here the European Center for Populism Studies. It's a Belgium-based think tank that's focusing on populism. Initially, it started in focusing populism in European Union countries, then it expanded its scope to the entire world. And I'm also an associate professor of public administration at Sam Houston State University. So liberal democracy is in decline across the world, even in countries like the United States and some European Union countries. And a lot of people pay attention to why people elect populist leaders, why populist leaders become so famous and so on. But not a lot of attention is paid to the relationship between the populists and the bureaucracy when they come to power, because bureaucracy represents the establishment, and in general, the populists are against the establishments. So what happens when they come to power? How do they deal with the bureaucracy? And this is basically the topic of my presentation. I'll try to answer 3 questions. 1, what do populists do with the bureaucracy when they come to power, and how does the bureaucracy react to it? And 2, should elected leaders not have control over the bureaucracy? And 3, does too much bureaucratic autonomy cause a rogue bureaucracy? In other words, the deep state. That's I know a loaded term, but I want to touch that term in this presentation. Next slide, please. Oh, before moving into the next slide. So I want to emphasize one thing. I'll give you lots of examples from the United States. It's because whatever happens in here makes a lot of impact in the rest of the world. And if you go back to this picture, you see Donald Trump's picture in the back of some person's t-shirt. Do you know where this picture was taken? It's not in the United States, it's in Italy. That's from a rally by a political party called Liga. I think people who are familiar with Italian politics know this name. So I'll give examples from United States quite a lot, from Donald Trump's presidency, and I'll also give some examples from Turkey and other countries as well. So how do populists deal with the bureaucracy? They do 3 things in general. I'm generalizing here. They do sideline or ignore. They dismantle or try to dismantle the bureaucracy, or they try to capture and use it. They actually use the combination of these 3 tactics. It depends on what part of the bureaucracy they are dealing with. And let me give you examples of each of these. Next slide, please. And before moving into the examples, let me explain how they do this. They do 3 things. First, they change the structure of the bureaucracy. They'll change the budgeting part of the bureaucracy. They take money from the organizations they don't like, and they give money to the agencies they like more. They cut the personnel from agencies they don't like, and they give more personnel to the agencies they like. And they change the culture. They change organizational norms. They change values, and they try to criticize. They try to silence the criticism coming from the bureaucracy, especially political expertise. And they also try to overcome the accountability mechanisms by relying heavily on executive decrees. So first thing is dismantling bureaucracy. Some examples from Trump's presidency. When Trump came to power, his chief strategist, his name was Steve Bannon, and his first promise was to dismantle the administrative state in the United States. That's the federal bureaucracy. Of course, Steve Bannon did not stay in Trump's team for long. He had to leave, but his impact continued in his presidency. The last thing Donald Trump did was introduce a policy called Schedule F, and that basically turned all the career politicians at the top level into, career bureaucrats into political appointees, which is basically turning people into puppets of the president. One slide, please. Back, please. I'm not sure if you can see this, but the column on the right is from an example from Turkey. After 2016, a failed coup attempt, the president of Turkey, he fired thousands of people from the bureaucracy. And most of the people that were fired from the bureaucracy were not even related to the military at all, because this was a military coup, but people fired were first judges and prosecutors, college professors, teachers, and people in other parts of the bureaucracy. And they were mostly at the top level. So purging the top level of the bureaucracy basically made the bureaucracy basically a lapdog for Erdogan administration. Next one, please. This next thing is sidelining the bureaucracy. This is a embarrassing episode from Donald Trump's presidency. There was a hurricane approaching the US mainland in 2019. It was called Hurricane Dorian. And the National Weather Service, they made a prediction. And I'll go to the screen and show it to you on the screen because I have to show this. So the National Weather Service, they made a cone of prediction here, and it shows that the hurricane is going to hit Florida. And for some reason, I don't know why, Donald Trump, he took a Sharpie and he added a piece to the cone and he included Alabama into the cone for no reason. I don't know why. Nobody knows why. And he said that the hurricane is going to impact Alabama. And people living in Alabama, they got freaked out. They started calling the National Weather Service saying that, are we going to be impacted by the hurricane? And people working in the National Weather Service said, no, no such a thing is going to happen. And they made a public statement, and Donald Trump got angry at this. So he called agency heads, he threatened them, and eventually the NOAA, they made a public statement, unsigned public statement, saying that, well, the hurricane might hit Alabama as well. So that was an embarrassing situation, sidelining the bureaucracy. And the last one is using the bureaucracy. This is an example from Trump's administration. He used Homeland Security agents for cracking down on protests in democratic cities, especially in the West Coast, but also in cities like Chicago as well. In the next slide, I'll show you some examples from Turkey. So on the left, you will see one lady. She was one of the leading figures in the opposition party in Turkey, and she was banned from politics just because of one tweet. And another one is an op-ed from the Reuters, and basically saying that Erdogan is using the courts as a tool to suppress any kind of opposition. So how do bureaucrats react to this situation? Well, they do three things. They work with the populist leaders. Of course, bureaucracy is not a monolithic structure. It has many, many components. Some parts of the bureaucracy like to work with the populist leaders. Some others try to shirk, and some others try to sabotage. Next one. Okay. So examples of bureaucrats or bureaucratic agencies working with the populist leaders include Border Patrol and some of the federal agents, especially in the Department of Homeland Security, when Donald Trump ordered them to crack down on the opposition. Next one, please. Shirking includes things such as, especially in environmental policy agencies, whenever Donald Trump administration says deregulate this, deregulate that, they take things a little lightly and they do things that are not legally acceptable and always returned by the courts. They don't file certain documents on time, keep delaying. This happened quite frequently. The next one. And finally, sabotaging. And this is a very famous example from Donald Trump's presidency. Guy named Miles Taylor, and he was not a career bureaucrat, he was a political appointee. He was inside Donald Trump's team. He was the chief of staff of the Department of Homeland Security. In 2018, he wrote an op-ed to the New York Times saying that I am part of the resistance inside the Trump administration. So even in Trump's team, people in Trump's team, people knew that what he was doing was bad. So they tried to contain the damage that he was causing inside American governmental system. So the next question is, and this is a legitimate question, should elected leaders not have control over the bureaucracy? And the answer is yes, but. Next slide. So there is no single solution on the question of how much political autonomy, how much political control over the bureaucracy and how much bureaucratic autonomy we have to give. But the answer to this question depends on one country to another one. But the general rule of thumb is that whenever an agency has a greater capacity, you can give them greater autonomy. Organizations like NASA, the CDC, these are the organizations that hire lots of scientists. And these people know what they do. They are very technical organizations, so it's better to give them more autonomy. If you're dealing with organizations that do not require a lot of skilled people, not a lot of capacity, then no, you can have more control over them. And the third question is, does too much bureaucratic autonomy lead to an unaccountable rogue bureaucracy, in other words, the deep state? And the answer is yes, but. And before going over this slide, let me take a sip from my water bottle, because there's lots of things going on here. So the term deep state was widely used by the Trump administration, and it's widely used by populists in other parts of the world as well. But it's a very loaded term, and it's blended with lots of conspiracy theories. If you look at this picture, it summarizes the entire Trump administration here. You see, Donald Trump is trying to drain the swamp in Washington. He's fighting a deep state, but there's lots of conspiracy theories that bundled together, turned into a soup. As you can see, there's a reference to Soros. There's reference to Google, Hillary Clinton. UN is here, we're right here. So they did not forget us. And is trying to drain the swamp, basically, and we're fighting against them. So the idea of deep state is that everybody's bad except for the populist leader. In a normal day, you would look at this, cartoon and laugh at it, but in reality, it has some serious ramifications, because even though those conspiracy theories sound very crazy and you would think nobody would really believe them, they have some real impacts in other parts of the world. These two examples are from Germany. I think it was last year, a group of people were arrested under the charges of trying to overthrow the German government. And they were heavily impacted by some of the conspiracy theories pushed by the Trump supporters. Next, please. So the answer to this question is, what are we going to do with too much bureaucratic autonomy, or would too much bureaucratic autonomy turn bureaucracy into a rogue bureaucracy? The answer is yes, it can turn, but the solution is not conspiracy theories or not dismantling the bureaucracy. The solution is more transparency, more accountability, and more rule of law. To wrap up, I asked 3 questions in this presentation. The first one is, what do populists do when they come to power with regard to their relationship to the bureaucracy? They do 3 things. They ignore, they work with or use the bureaucracy, and they try to dismantle it. And in reaction, bureaucrats work with the populist leaders, and they shirk and they try to sabotage. And the next question is, should an elected leader not have control over the bureaucracy? The answer is yes. But the level of control depends on the capacity of the organization. And finally, does too much bureaucratic autonomy lead to an unaccountable rogue bureaucracy? Yes, it can. And the solution is more transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. Thank you very much. And I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. We all got a taste of what your students experienced. It was very entertaining as well as informative. Okay, so we have about 10 minutes for questions. If you haven't submitted your question, just please get them in. I'm just going to get the ball rolling actually, though, before we come to you. So I wanted to start with you. I asked you this question after your speech. You said that, you have, there's some lessons that democracy, nation building has to come from within, and that you had some nuances. We needed to have a more thoughtful approach. What are the lessons that we can learn from Afghanistan?
Thank you. Thank you for raising this question. The Afghanistan is a very recent example of what we are discussing today. The point is that maybe some of the points I just want to add is that one of the issues is the external factors that we should not forget about some of the authoritarian rulers. For example, in the case of Afghanistan, the Taliban and the conflict that has been going, we cannot ignore the external factor, and also the global the divide between the big powers and the regional actors and stakeholders is very much important, and it plays a significant role, because if there is a united voice, then we can influence the Taliban's position and their decisions. But it's not the case. Unfortunately, it has been 2 years, and we can see that there is we cannot find a united approach from international community about Afghanistan. And Taliban are receiving different treatments from different actors in the region, and you can see the division at the Security Council. So these things are very much important, but but it doesn't mean that we should always wait for an intervention from international community. The role of Afghan people and the role of media and social media, it was very much, it was highlighted before, the journalists and human rights defenders, activists. It's very much important in raising awareness. Right now, what we are doing is inside Afghanistan, you can see the brave women. They take on the roads and protest against the Taliban and against their severe policies. And journalists, they are trying to expose what kind of the oppressive actions that Taliban are taking about the former security forces, about the human rights defenders. And this has really important impacts, because we see that Taliban are trying to defend or trying to justify what they are doing. And besides, another issue that apart from the internal, of course, and the role of Afghan people, that what we are doing inside, there are more people who are working together how to form a kind of united position inside Afghanistan through a dialogue or through civil manners to raise what Taliban are doing is wrong. It's not in the long term and for the benefit of the people of Afghanistan. For example, banning women and girls from education and working. And also the role of diaspora, Afghan diaspora outside. Everybody is trying to find a united approach to mobilize Afghan diverse groups and try to unite under leadership or a group of people who are committed and who can change the situation or engage with Taliban international community to support the will of people, the people to have their voices heard and to change the current status.
Great, thank you. So I want to get through a lot of questions. We have a lot of questions here. I saw we had a question in the audience, so let me come to you.
One question to Professor Guilherme Casara-Loes. I hope can I have a copy of your talk, because I think you described the situation in my country perfectly, no? During the last administration, not this administration, but the last one. Well, the leader, former president, thrive on hate in order to perpetuate himself, in power. And the favorite target was the Catholic Church. And he said that practically he was cursing at Jesus Christ, cursing at the Pope and priests, and we were targeted to be the enemy. It was very calculated, and he was quite popular. So, and I think that what you described was quite very accurate. So if I can have a copy of your paper, and I will show it to my bishop, who will probably show it to the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines for our reference. So thank you very much for your talk, and more power to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your very kind words and for your testimony. Where are you from? Just I can guess, but
I come from the Philippines, and September 21 would be the United Nations World Day of Peace, and September 21 is also the anniversary of the Declaration of Martial Law way back in 1972, and it was the church that led the people power in the Philippines, call it EDSA, People Power, in 1986, no? When we threw out the dictator. And now they're using the tactics very much like wag the dog and our brand is crisis in order to change history and make it out like the dictatorship was the best thing that ever happened to us. And people believe, no? When demagoguery and rhetorics would transplant logic, then it's really a sad thing. But we don't know how to counter because information cannot change opinions. Opinions can be changed only through emotions, and populist leaders usually know how to manipulate opinions through emotions. No, they have to have an enemy, and usually the favorite enemy would be the Catholic Church, the stupid priests and the stupid nuns. So that's
thank you. Yeah, I was gonna guess the Philippines, but I've just written an article. It's not published yet, but I'll be happy to share when I hope it's published one day. But and I'm gonna type these notes out, and I'm not sure if anyone would be able to understand my handwriting, but I'll be happy to share this talk too. But when it comes to the Philippines, I think there's a very strong connection between what you have gone through in the Philippines and what we have gone through in Brazil, for several reasons, which include the very central role of the Catholic Church, especially among the poor in our countries. And because of this historical role of the church, most Catholic priests and bishops in Brazil have been labeled communists and have been, persecuted. Brazil is a very solid liberal country or liberal democracy in the sense that persecution doesn't happen, up front. It's not like Nicaragua, for example, where you see persecution taking place, including with priests. But in the case of Brazil, we saw Catholic Brazilians turning their backs on the church because they loved our former president so much. So these are interesting things that I'd love to, reflect a little bit more on. And I'll be happy to share my notes and my research with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So the Afghan representative to the UN apologizes he had to leave because he has a meeting at 4 o'clock. I know a lot of you also have meetings at 4. So I'm going to wrap up this conversation in 5 minutes. I want to just get through some of the questions that we've got in. So I'll just ask you to give your brief answers, and then people who can stay can obviously ask their own questions. So Berta, a question to you very quickly. So, we heard from our friend here who just left saying democracy has to come from within. But in the case of Nicaragua, where you described that people could be put in prison for sending a tweet, or, there isn't a united front. What can people inside Nicaragua do? And equally, how can the world tackle this?
Yeah, I also believe that that's the way it should be, right? But the situation in every country is different. In Nicaragua right now, that is impossible. Imagine all the leadership of the opposition, around 40 people, being arbitrarily detained at once and leaving the opposition movement, political parties, civil society without the main leadership. That happened in 2021 when we were supposed to have national elections. So the opposition movement said, okay, we can transition to democracy through elections. And what was the way that the regime reacted? They imprisoned the 7 presidential candidates. My husband was one of them. So that is an example of how dangerous is to try to move things inside the country with this type of regimes. They control the militaries, the police, the paramilitaries. So, you know, you have a civil society completely unprotected. No judicial options either. So right now, what is the current situation in Nicaragua, for example? 10% of the population went to exile, the leadership of the oppositions also. So we are trying to work with a diaspora and people in exile. There's also a group of people from different aspects getting together to think about what can be done. So in our case, we believe that without the help and the attention of the international community, the change cannot be happen. So right now we need the pressure through different mechanisms to really press the Ortega's regime to go into this transition that we want. So sometimes, you know, the best way to help this country to transition in a peaceful way is by putting a spotlight and supporting these voices that are, you know, fighting to make this change.
Thank you. No, that's really important. And that speaks to what everybody in this room can do, right? You know, because you need it in and out. So again, conscious of the time, but we have a question from the audience, and this is for you, Johan. It's from Celine. They're asking, what is, you spoke a lot about Turkey. So what is the enforcing mechanism at the European Court of Human Rights for Turkey? And are those decisions being implemented inside Turkey?
It's a very good question. What is important perhaps to say in the first place is, like, in the past, the European Court has been very hesitant to do something about the Turkish situation. Also because there's lots of political reasons and aspects to the question. But the last few years, the European Court has really been changing its attitude. And next Tuesday, there is a very big case before the Grand Chamber. So that means that almost all the judges of the European Court have gathered to take on that case, a case that we have done for the European Court. And there, hopefully, the European Court will put in a framework for the procedures in the future, the right to a fair trial, how it should be implemented in Turkey. And if we get such a decision from the European Court, that is not to say that from one day to another, it doesn't work that way, sadly enough, in international criminal law or in international human rights law. If that framework is created, then the European Court will keep on following up whether Turkey implements its obligations. And then it will be a big effort of all these organizations, civil society, human rights lawyers, politicians, international community, to put pressure on Turkey to start respecting the rule of law. I think that an important statement in that regard was already made when Turkey recently requested that certain people were extradited to them from Sweden. Otherwise, they would block the accession of Sweden to the NATO, and that the European countries refused to do so. So I think that the European Court is now slowly shifting, but there's still a long way ahead of us.
Thank you. This is such an interesting panel, such great panelists. There's so much more that I would like to speak to them about. But Fateh, last question to you to close us out. You mentioned that in civil society, you know, that bureaucracy can become rogue. And so there needs to be more transparency. That's what you said.
Yes.
So to close us out, what can people in here do to ensure that civil society, because civil society was supposed to be a part of it, right? Mm-hmm. How can they put pressure on organizations to be more transparent?
That's a very good question. Also a difficult one, because again, bureaucracy is not a monolithic structure and it has lots of different components. I'll give examples from the US. And in the US, we deal with police violence, and people demand police officers to wear body cameras, especially when they're responding to some violent crime scenes. It's not applicable to every single situation. One thing maybe we can, and this is something that one of my colleagues has recently started voicing quite loudly, is looking at administrative burden on people who are receiving services from government agencies. Whenever they request, let's say, information or assistance or human services and so on. Everything in this procedure should be easy and accessible for people to understand, complete, and get what they want from those government agencies. This is one thing that I can tell you. The other thing is, it might not be applicable for all countries, but representative bureaucracy can be something we should take into account when we're shaping a bureaucratic structure. Whenever we hire people, we have to make sure that the people we hire represent the people they're going to serve. If you're serving a large African-American population, why not hire people of the same background? And you can generalize this example to other, or other societies.
So thank you. I would like to extend a big thanks to all of the speakers here who I think have been fantastic. I'm sure you can connect with them online for all for the other questions that you have. A big thank you again to JWF for hosting us. And I will just leave saying that I think, there's a lot to digest having heard from all of these people, but by the very nature that you are sitting in this room, and for those of you at home, just remember that you all have agency and power, and hopefully this has shown you that you can do quite a lot with that, and I hope that you will. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. This panel has been very enlightening, and we thank you so much. And it's been a long time, and you've been with us, very attentive. We thank you so much for joining us. And, this is going to be our closing. So we will have a group photo with our panel. And then after our group photo with Jimry and I, then we will have some, like gift certificate. Like some gift bags and some certificates for our global partners. So we will call you as like global partners from countries like Australia, New Zealand, and others. So we would like you to come up as a group, and we would like to present you our appreciation and our certificates. So thank you so much. Jimry, if you can take a photo together. All right, it's been a long time, and I don't want this session to take a long time, but we would like to invite our global partners from Belgium. The whole group, if you could please come up here, we would appreciate it. Mehmet, Bayrak, and the whole speakers and our guests from Belgium. All right, next, can we get India? Can we get our guest from India? Bensa and Bensa is not here. Can we get our guest from Romania? I think Romania is right. Although we have so many meetings in Romania, can you take it on someone? So we want to represent so India, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, can we get Philippines? Our guest from Philippines, the Philippines. Great. Can we get our global partner from Iraq, Kurdistan, Mohammed Latif? Thank you so much for Iraq. And can you get Argentina? Syria, are you with us? Argentina? Thank you, Argentina. Can we get Canada? Okay. Yes, Canada, Laura is our new partner from Canada. Thank you so much, Tommy. Great, and next is South Africa to Kenya. All right, now we are moving to the USA. Everybody wants to get out, right? Yeah, it's no nonsense. Don't be silent. Be silent. I will give you the whole problem. Yeah, so maybe give you some. You want to applause. Right. Well, our last global partner from Russia. Yes, from Russia. Oh, thank you so much, everyone. From Pakistan, we have a partner from Pakistan. Thank you so much. All right, and we have more partners. We have Osmania from Hospital Institute.
This is your certificate.
Next,
private
right now, our global partner from Albania. All right, now I would like to call Romania here. Can we get Romania? Thank you so much, Romania. Now, let's call all of our volunteers and staff to the stage. Our volunteers, you get on the front, yes, all of the volunteers on the stage. Alright. Okay, now this is going to be our big picture. You know, look at our publication now. We would like everybody in the audience, please come up. We will have a big family picture. Please come up to the stage. All right, please come to the stage and we will have a group photo.
Successfully finished.
All right, for a group photo, we would like everybody come up this way. Right? So we would like okay, so in one table, please. Okay, let's split them a little bit. Okay, let's get or are we missing anyone? You guys would like to join us or no? If you wanted to join us. All right, let me see if we have what trick time you're coming. I know you know about the one second. Avocados from Australia. Anything else? Cities.
Many thanks to Mr. Abibekir. We have been with us for the last 3 days. And we will be sharing the link so that you can download and share it with your guests as well.
And also we would like to thank our cameraman Tarek. Can you give a round of applause for Tarek?
Yes.
Yeah, he's captured. Our guest from
Is there a chance that we can
all the speech material.
there's a text of the